I've spent the last 10 years trying to convince myself that the human brain is just a highly advanced pattern recognition machine. We're programmed to see faces in the clouds and monsters in the shadows because, once upon a time, that paranoia kept us from being eaten by things that actually existed. But no matter how many scientific journals I read or how many times I tell myself that the mind plays tricks in the dark, I can't explain away what I saw in the Cascades 3 years ago. I know what a trick of the light looks like. I also know what it feels like when the light is completely gone and something is looking back at you with a joy that isn't human. Back then, I was 24 and possessed that specific brand of youthful arrogance that makes you think you're invincible as long as you have a high-end headlamp and a GPS. I was working a grueling job in software sales, and my only escape was solo hiking. I liked the isolation. I liked the feeling of being the only person for 20 miles in any direction. That summer, I'd set my sights on a specific ridge in a remote corner of the Okanogan-Wenatchee National Forest. It wasn't a popular trail. In fact, the trailhead was just an unmarked turnout off a logging road that looked like it hadn't seen a tire iron since the 90s. I arrived late. That was my first mistake. A blowout on the interstate had cost me 3 hours, and by the time I pulled my pack out of the trunk, the sun was already a bruised purple behind the jagged peaks. A smarter version of me, the version that exists now, would have just slept in the car and started at dawn. But I was stubborn. I had a permit for a specific alpine lake, and I didn't want to lose a night of my itinerary. I figured I could hike the first 5 miles by headlamp. I'd done it before. The woods at night are just the woods without color, I used to say. The first hour was fine. The air was crisp, smelling of dry pine needles and cold stone. My headlamp threw a steady, reassuring beam of white light onto the narrow path, illuminating the dust motes dancing in front of my face. The only sound was the rhythmic asterisk thud crunch of my boots and the occasional creak of my backpack frame. It was peaceful, or at least I've tried to remember it as peaceful. The shift happened when I hit the 3-mile mark. You know that feeling you get when the wind suddenly dies down and the woods go from quiet to silent? It's a different kind of sound. It's a heavy, pressurized silence, like the air has suddenly become denser. I stopped to take a drink of water, and for the first time that night, I felt a prickle of heat on the back of my neck. I clicked my headlamp to its highest setting and scanned the trees. The forest here was dense, ancient hemlocks and thickets of devil's club that looked like skeletal hands in the LED glare. Everything looked normal. There were no glowing eyes, no snapping twigs, no heavy breathing. But the silence wouldn't lift. Usually when you stop moving, you hear the small things, the scuttle of a beetle, the rustle of a mouse in the brush. Tonight, there was nothing. It was as if the entire mountain had held its breath the moment I stepped into this specific grove. I laughed it off, a dry, nervous sound that seemed to fall flat against the moss. "You're being a kid," I whispered. I started moving again, faster this time. But the further I went, the more the atmosphere seemed to sour. The trail began to narrow, hemmed in by steep embankments on one side and a sheer drop-off on the other. Then I smelled it. It wasn't the smell of a dead animal. I grew up in the country, I know what rot smells like. This was different. It was metallic and sweet, like a copper penny dipped in Caro syrup. It was cloying. It hung in the air, stagnant, as if it were radiating from a single point just ahead of me. I slowed down, my heart starting to drum a frantic rhythm against my ribs. I swung my light left, then right. And then, the light hit something that shouldn't have been there. About 20 yards ahead, right in the middle of the trail, sat a single, pristine white sneaker. It was a kid's shoe. A little Velcro sneaker, maybe for a 5-year-old. It looked brand new. No mud on the soles, no scuffs on the leather. It was sitting perfectly upright, toes pointing toward me as if someone had carefully placed it there seconds before I arrived. I froze. My brain went into overdrive trying to rationalize it. Maybe a family hiked through here earlier. Maybe it fell off a pack. But who hikes 4 miles into a vertical wilderness with a toddler? And how does a shoe fall off and land perfectly straight in the center of a path? I stepped closer, my light trembling. As I reached the shoe, I realized the metallic smell was stronger here. I didn't pick it up. Every instinct in my body told me that if I touched that shoe, I was agreeing to a game I didn't know how to play. I stepped around it, keeping my back to the embankment, and kept moving. I hadn't gone 50 feet when I heard it. It wasn't a scream or a growl. It was a soft, rhythmic asterisk click 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 asterisk. It sounded like someone tapping two stones together, or perhaps someone clicking their teeth. It came from the darkness just beyond the reach of my lamp. I stopped, the clicking stopped. I turned my head slowly toward the sound. I expected to see a deer or maybe a mountain lion. My light swept over the trunks of the trees, the gray rocks, the low-hanging branches. "Hello," I called out. My voice sounded small and pathetic. No answer, just that heavy syrup-sweet air. I decided then that I wasn't going to make it to the lake. The adventure was over. I was going to turn around, hike back to my car, and drive until I found a Motel 6 with bright fluorescent lights and a lock on the door. I began to pivot, my boots sliding slightly on the loose scree. As I turned, the beam of my headlamp swept across the trail behind me, the way I had just come. The white sneaker was gone. In its place, less than 10 feet away from me, was a pile of gray ash. It was steaming in the cold night air. That was the moment the logic broke. A shoe doesn't turn into ash in 30 seconds. A shoe doesn't disappear without a sound. I felt a surge of cold adrenaline, the kind that makes your vision tunnel and your fingers go numb. I didn't think, I just moved. I didn't head back toward the car because whatever had taken the shoe was between me and the trailhead. Instead, I scrambled upward off-trail toward a rocky outcropping I'd seen on my map. I needed high ground. I needed to see what was coming. I climbed until my lungs burned, my breath coming in ragged, sobbing gasps. I reached a flat ledge of granite, backed against a solid rock wall. I was trapped, but I had a 180-degree view of the slope below. I hunkered down, clicking my headlamp off to save the battery and, more importantly, to hide. Total darkness in the wilderness isn't like darkness in a bedroom. It's thick. It's absolute. Without the moon, you can't see your own hand 3 inches from your nose. I sat there in the void, listening. For 5 minutes, there was nothing. Then the clicking started again. It was closer now, much closer. It was coming from directly below the ledge. Click, click, click. Then a new sound. A wet, sliding noise like something heavy being dragged through the dirt. Slither, click, slither, click. I reached for my headlamp, my thumb hovering over the button. I didn't want to see. Every fiber of my being screamed at me to stay in the dark, to stay hidden. But the sliding sound was getting louder. It was coming up the rock. Whatever it was climbing. I couldn't take the suspense anymore. I pressed the button. The burst of LED light cut through the blackness like a knife. The beam landed on the edge of the ledge, just 6 feet away. At first, I saw nothing but gray stone. Then, a pair of hands reached over the lip of the rock. They weren't hands, not really. They were too long, the fingers having too many joints, the skin the color of a drowned person, a pale, translucent gray that looked like wet parchment. There were no fingernails, just sharpened points of bone. The hands gripped the rock, and a head began to rise. It had no hair, no ears, no nose. Its skin was stretched so tight over its skull that I could see the sutures in the bone. It had no eyes, just smooth, unbroken skin where the sockets should have been. But it had a mouth. As the light hit it, the creature didn't flinch. It didn't retreat. Instead, it pulled itself further up, its neck elongating with a sickening series of pops. And then, it did the one thing I will never forget as long as I live. It smiled. It didn't have teeth. It had rows of thin, needle-like shards of what looked like black glass. The mouth opened wide, wider than any human jaw could possibly manage, stretching until the corners of its lips reached where its ears should have been. It was a grin of pure, predatory ecstasy. It wasn't just looking at me, it was savoring me. I didn't scream. I couldn't. My throat had closed up, my vocal cords paralyzed by a terror so primal it felt like my heart was trying to stop itself to avoid the pain of what was coming next. The thing tilted its head, the black glass teeth glinting in my light. It began to make a sound. It wasn't the clicking anymore. It was a voice. It was my asterisk voice. "You're being a kid," it whispered, the tone a perfect, mocking mimicry of my own voice from 10 minutes earlier. Then it lunged. I threw my heavy backpack at it, a desperate, clumsy reflex. The pack caught the creature in the chest, and the sheer weight of my gear knocked it backward off the ledge. I heard it tumble down the slope, a series of wet thuds and snapping branches. I didn't wait to see if it would get up. I turned and ran into the blackness of the upper mountain. I didn't use my light. I didn't care about the cliffs or the bears or the cold. I ran until the world turned gray with the first light of dawn, and even then, I didn't stop until I saw the roof of a ranger station 3 miles down the other side of the ridge. The ranger was a man in his 50s named Miller. He found me collapsed against the door, my hands shredded from climbing, my clothes torn, and my eyes wide with a fugue-state stare. He brought me inside, gave me coffee, and listened to my story. I expected him to laugh. I expected him to call the hospital and tell them I'd had a psychotic break from altitude sickness. Instead, Miller just stared at his coffee mug. He didn't look at me. "The shoe," he said quietly. "Was it a white sneaker, left foot?" The blood drained from my face. "Yes." "We get a lot of missing persons out here," Miller said, his voice flat. "Mostly solo hikers. We find their gear sometimes, always just one piece, always looking like it was brand new." "What is it?" I choked out. Miller finally looked at me, and I saw a deep, hollow exhaustion in his eyes. The locals call it the grin. It doesn't hunt because it's hungry. It hunts because it likes the way we look when we realize there's no way out. It's been here longer than the trees. I never went back for my backpack. I never went hiking again. 3 years have passed, and I live in a high-rise apartment in the city now. I have 3 backup generators and motion sensor lights in every room. My friends think I'm paranoid. They think I'm eccentric. But sometimes, when the power flickers during a storm, or when I'm walking down a long, dark hallway, I hear it. A faint, rhythmic asterisk, click, 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 asterisk. And I know that somewhere in a place where the light doesn't reach, something is waiting, and it's smiling. The memory of Miller's face stayed with me long after I left the Okanogan Wenatchee. It wasn't just the words he said, but the way he said them, with the tired resignation of a man describing the weather or the inevitable decay of a porch railing. He didn't offer comfort because there was no comfort to give. He simply acknowledged the existence of a predator that science refused to catalog. I moved back to the city within a month, breaking my lease and selling nearly everything I owned that smelled of the outdoors. I thought the concrete and the noise and the millions of people would act as a buffer. I thought that if I surrounded myself with the artificial hum of civilization, the silence of the woods would never be able to find me again. For the first year, it worked. I took a job in data analytics, a soul-crushing role that required me to stare at spreadsheets until my eyes blurred. I liked the numbers. They were predictable. They didn't smile, and they didn't mimic your voice. I lived in a building with a 24-hour doorman and hallways that were lit by harsh, unflinching fluorescent tubes. I became a creature of the light. I bought lamps for every corner of my apartment, installing smart bulbs that I could program to turn on minutes before I even arrived home. My electric bill was astronomical, but it was a small price to pay for the illusion of safety. But the thing about trauma is that it isn't a static event. It's a parasite. It grows in the dark spaces of your subconscious, feeding on the very precautions you take to keep it away. By the second year, the grin, as Miller had called it, began to bleed into my everyday life. It started with the dreams, standard nightmares at first, the kind where you're running through mud that feels like wet cement. But then they shifted. They became sensory. I would wake up in the middle of the night, my heart hammering against my ribs, and the air in my bedroom would smell of copper and Caro syrup. I would sit bolt upright, fumbling for the remote to turn the lights to maximum brightness, scanning the corners of the ceiling. There was never anything there, just the hum of the refrigerator and the distant siren of an ambulance on the street below. But the smell would linger for hours, a cloying, metallic sweetness that made my stomach churn. I started cleaning my apartment obsessively, scrubbing the floors with bleach until my hands were raw, trying to drown out a scent that I knew wasn't actually there. Then came the auditory hallucinations, or at least that's what I told my therapist they were. Dr. Aris was a kind woman who specialized in PTSD. She talked a lot about neural pathways and hypervigilance. She told me that my brain, traumatized by a near-death experience in the wilderness, was misinterpreting mundane sounds as threats. The clicking, probably the pipe settling, my voice being mimicked, an auditory loop caused by extreme stress. "Your brain is trying to protect you," she said during one of our sessions. "It's looking for the monster so it won't be surprised again. You have to teach it that the monster stayed on the mountain." I wanted to believe her. I really did. I sat in her sun-drenched office and nodded, practicing the deep breathing exercises she taught me. But as I left the building that afternoon, I saw something that shattered the fragile peace she'd helped me build. It was a Tuesday, 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The sidewalk was crowded with commuters and tourists. I was waiting at a crosswalk when I looked down at the gutter. There, nestled between a discarded coffee cup and a crumpled newspaper, was a single, pristine white sneaker. A kid's shoe, left foot. The world seemed to tilt. The roar of the city traffic faded into a dull, pressurized hum. I stared at the shoe, my breath hitching in my throat. It looked exactly like the one I'd seen on the trail 3 years ago. It was impossibly clean, the white leather gleaming under the afternoon sun as if it had just been pulled from a box. I backed away, stumbling into a businessman who cursed at me under his breath. I didn't apologize. I couldn't take my eyes off the shoe. I waited for someone to claim it. I waited for a mother to come rushing back, looking for her toddler's lost footwear. But people just stepped over it. To them, it was just trash. To me, it was a calling card. I ran the 3 blocks back to my apartment, my lungs burning just as they had on the ridge. I bolted the door, engaged the chain, and sank to the floor, my back against the wood. I stayed there for hours, watching the shadows lengthen across the floor as the sun went down. That was the night the clicking started in the vents. It was faint at first, a rhythmic asterisk tink-tink-tink that I tried to convince myself was the HVAC system cooling down. But the rhythm was wrong. It wasn't mechanical. It had a cadence to it, a deliberate mocking pace. Click, click, click. I stood in the center of my living room, clutching a kitchen knife I knew would be useless. I realized then that Miller was right. It doesn't hunt because it's hungry. It hunts because it enjoys the spectacle. It had followed me. Not by foot, perhaps, but by some tether I'd inadvertently created the moment I stepped around that shoe on the trail. By not touching it, by refusing the game, I had somehow made myself the ultimate prize. The following weeks were a descent into a specific kind of madness that only the hunted can understand. I stopped going to work. I stopped seeing Dr. Aris. I spent my days reinforcing my apartment, taping over the vents and installing even more lights. I became a connoisseur of brightness. I knew the lumen count of every bulb in the hardware store. I lived in a world of white-hot glare, a sun-bleached purgatory where shadows were forbidden. But you can't eliminate darkness entirely. There is always a space behind the refrigerator, a gap under the door, the inside of your own eyelids. One night during a particularly violent thunderstorm, the power finally failed. It wasn't a flicker. It was a total, plunging eclipse. 1 second, my apartment was a sanctuary of light. The next, it was a tomb. The silence that followed was the heavy, pressurized weight of the Okanogan forest. I reached for my emergency flashlight, the high-end one I'd kept from my hiking days. My hands were shaking so violently I dropped it. I heard it roll across the hardwood floor, the metallic asterisk clink asterisk sounding like a gunshot in the stillness. I dropped to my knees, frantic, sweeping my hands across the floor. My fingers brushed against something soft. It wasn't the flashlight. It was leather, smooth, cold, and clean. I pulled my hand back as if I'd been burned. I didn't need a light to know what it was. The white sneaker was in my living room. Then the smell hit me, the copper, the syrup. It was so thick I could almost taste it on my tongue. It felt like the air had turned into liquid, filling my lungs with a sweet metallic rot. Click, click, click. The sound wasn't coming from the vents anymore. It was coming from the corner of the room, near the ceiling. I found the flashlight. My thumb found the button and I clicked it on, the beam cutting through the dark. I didn't aim it at the floor. I aimed it up. It was crouched in the corner, its long, many-jointed limbs braced against the walls like a massive, pale spider. Its skin looked even more translucent than I remembered, a sickly gray-blue under the LED light. The neck was coiled, the head tilted at an impossible angle, resting against its own shoulder. It had no eyes, but it saw me. I could feel its focus, a cold, oily pressure against my skin. "You're being a kid," it whispered. The voice didn't come from its throat. It seemed to vibrate out of the very air around it. It was my voice, but layered with a wet, clicking undertone, as if 1,000 insects were speaking in unison. The creature began to uncoil. It moved with a terrifying, fluid grace, its limbs snapping into place with the sound of breaking dry wood. It descended the wall, its black glass teeth bared in that horrific, ear-to-ear grin. I backed away, my heels hitting the glass of my balcony door. I had nowhere left to go. The high-rise apartment that was supposed to be my fortress had become a cage. The thing landed on the floor, its weight making the floorboards groan. It stood nearly 7 feet tall, its torso unnaturally thin, its ribs protruding like the teeth of a saw. It took a step toward me, and I saw that it was carrying something in one of those long, needle-pointed hands. It was my old backpack, the one I'd thrown at it 3 years ago. It was pristine. The nylon wasn't torn, the buckles weren't broken. It looked like it had just come off the shelf of an REI. The creature held it out to me, a mocking gesture of return. "The adventure is over," it whispered, using the words I'd thought to myself on the trail. It knew, it had always known. It hadn't just followed me, it had been inside my head, harvesting my fear like a farmer tending a crop. The shoe, the smell, the clicking, they were just seasonings. The main course was the moment I realized that there was no distance I could travel, no light I could ignite that would ever truly keep it out. The creature dropped the backpack. It hit the floor with a heavy thud, the sound of my old gear, my stove, my tent, my water filter, clattering inside. Then the thing did something I hadn't expected. It didn't lunge. It didn't tear me apart. It leaned in close, its face inches from mine. I could see the black glass of its teeth, each one sharp enough to shave with. I could see the sutures of its skull beneath the parchment skin. It smelled like a slaughterhouse in a flower shop. It reached out a long, spindly finger and traced the line of my jaw. The tip of its bone claw was ice cold. "Not yet," it hissed. And then it simply retracted. It didn't run. It seemed to fold in on itself, retreating into the shadows of the hallway as the power suddenly surged back to life. The light slammed on, blinding me. I stood there, gasping, the flashlight still clutched in my hand. The apartment was empty. The smell of copper was gone, replaced by the ozone scent of the air purifier. But the backpack remained. I approached it slowly, my heart a frantic, dying bird in my chest. I unzipped the main compartment. Inside there were no clothes, no stove, no tent. The bag was filled to the brim with white sneakers, hundreds of them, all of them small, all of them brand new, and all of them for the left foot. I didn't call the police. What would I tell them? That a faceless monster had returned my lost luggage. I did the only thing I could think of. I took the bag to the service elevator, went down to the basement, and threw it into the industrial incinerator. I watched until the nylon melted and the white leather turned to gray ash, the same ash I'd seen on the trail. But as I stood there, watching the flames, I heard it. A soft, rhythmic clicking coming from the dark corner of the boiler room. I realized then that Miller hadn't told me the whole truth, or maybe he didn't know. The grin doesn't just hunt people, it marks them. It lets you go sometimes just so it can watch you try to rebuild a life on a foundation of sand. It wants you to feel safe again. It wants you to believe the nightmare is over because the fear tastes better when it's seasoned with hope. I'm 30 now. It's been 6 years since the Cascades. I don't live in the high-rise anymore. I live in a small house in the desert where the sun is relentless and the shadows are short. I have a dog, a German shepherd named Bear, who sleeps at the foot of my bed. People ask me why I never turn the lights off. They ask me why I have 3 different security systems and why I carry a blackened black glass shard on a chain around my neck, a piece I found in the ash of the incinerator. I don't tell them about the shoe I found in my mailbox last week. I don't tell them about the way Bear growls at the empty hallway at 3:00 a.m. I just check the locks, I check the batteries in my flashlight, and I wait. Because I know that one day the sun will go down and it won't come back up. The lights will fail for the last time. And when that happens, I won't run. I can't run anymore. I'll just sit in the center of the room and wait for the clicking to start. I'll wait for that sweet, metallic smell. And when the thing that smiles in total darkness finally reaches for me, I'll look it in the blank space where its eyes should be, and I'll show it that I've learned its favorite trick. I'll smile back. The desert was supposed to be a kiln that would bake the rot out of my soul. I chose a patch of dirt 3 hours outside of Phoenix, a place where the air is so dry it cracks your skin, and the horizon is a flat, shimmering line of heat. Here, the sun is a physical weight, a golden hammer that beats the world into submission for 14 hours a day. There are no trees for things to hide behind. There are no deep, loamy forests to muffle the sound of approaching footsteps. There is only the sand, the scrub, and the sky. My house is a modular box, reinforced with steel shutters and powered by a massive solar array that charges a wall of lithium batteries. I don't trust the grid. The grid is a web, and webs vibrate when something touches them. I prefer to be an island. I spend my days in a state of ritualistic preparation. I check the perimeter sensors. I test the backup lamps. I brush Bear, feeling the tension in his powerful shoulders. He is a good dog, but he is also a barometer. He senses the shifts in the atmosphere long before I do. When the barometric pressure drops or the wind picks up a certain electric charge, Bear stops eating. He sits by the door, his ears pinned back, his low growl a constant, vibrating hum that matches the one in my own bones. For a long time, the desert was quiet. The grin didn't like the heat, I told myself. It was a creature of the damp, dark north, a manifestation of the moss and the gray mist. It couldn't survive here, where the UV index would peel its translucent skin like wet paper. I started to sleep 4 hours a night instead of 2. I started to let the dog out into the fenced yard without a tactical spotlight. I even began to read books again, histories of the Mojave, botanical guides to cacti, trying to fill the space in my head that had been occupied by the sound of clicking. Then came the hiker. He appeared at my gate at noon on a Wednesday in mid-July. The temperature was 114 degrees. He didn't have a hat. He didn't have a canteen. He was wearing a tattered flannel shirt that looked absurdly out of place in the searing glare of the Salt River Valley. I watched him through the monitors, my hand hovering over the grip of the shotgun I kept mounted under the kitchen counter. He didn't knock. He just stood at the gate staring at my front door with a vacant, hollow expression. He looked like he'd been bleached. His skin was the color of bone, and his hair was matted with white dust. I recognized the look. It was the fugue state stare Miller had seen on me all those years ago. I spoke through the external intercom. "You're trespassing. I've already called the sheriff." It was a lie, but a necessary one. The man didn't flinch. He leaned forward, his forehead pressing against the hot metal of the gate. "I found it," he whispered. The intercom picked it up perfectly. His voice was a dry rasp, the sound of sandpaper on wood. "I found the other one." My blood, which had been thin and warm from the desert heat, suddenly turned to slush. I didn't want to ask. I wanted to turn off the monitor and retreat into the innermost room of my house, but the curiosity was a hook in my throat. "The other what?" I asked, my voice trembling. The man reached into his pocket. He moved slowly, as if his joints were filled with glass shards. He pulled out a small, white object and held it up to the camera. It was a shoe, a white sneaker, right foot. "It said you were looking for it," the man croaked. "It said the set needed to be complete." I didn't answer. I couldn't. I watched as the man dropped the shoe at the base of the gate. Then he did something that made my heart stop. He didn't turn and walk away. He didn't ask for water. He simply fell forward. He didn't collapse like a man fainting. He fell like a tree, his body rigid. When he hit the ground, he didn't move. I waited an hour. I watched the monitors until the heat waves made the man's body shimmer and dance. Finally, I put on my boots, grabbed my suppressed rifle, and signaled Bear to stay. I walked out into the furnace of the afternoon. The man was dead before I reached him. The heat had probably finished what the exhaustion started, but as I stood over him, I saw the real cause of death. There were no marks on his body, no blood, no signs of struggle, but his face. His face was frozen in a mask of such absolute, cosmic horror that I had to look away. His mouth was open so wide the jaw had dislocated, and his eyes were rolled back into his head. He looked exactly like the people Miller had described. He looked like a man who had realized there was no way out. I looked down at the shoe. It was identical to the ones I'd burned in the incinerator, right down to the brand name logo and the pristine, unscuffed soles. I didn't touch it. I didn't even want to be near it. I went back inside, called the authorities, and told them I'd found a hiker dead of heat stroke at my gate. The sheriff, a no-nonsense woman named Vance, didn't think much of it. "Happens every year," she said, leaning against her cruiser as the paramedics loaded the body. "City folk think they can commune with nature. Nature doesn't want to commune. It just wants to be left alone." She looked at the shoe lying in the dirt. "Yours." "No," I said. "He was carrying it." Vance frowned, picking it up with a gloved hand. "Funny. We found his gear about 10 miles back. A full pack, brand new, but no shoes. He walked 10 miles over volcanic rock in his socks. Crazy what the brain does when it's frying." She tossed the shoe into a plastic evidence bag and left. I watched the dust from her tires settle, feeling a cold, heavy dread settle into my stomach. The grin wasn't just following me. It was playing with the world around me. It was using other people as messengers, turning the entire landscape into a theater for its amusement. That night, the desert changed. The wind died down completely. The usual chorus of coyotes and crickets went silent, as if the earth itself was holding its breath. Bear wouldn't leave my side. He sat on the rug, his eyes fixed on the shadows in the corner of the ceiling. I sat in my armchair, the black glass shard clutched in my hand. The shard felt warm. It pulsed with a faint, rhythmic heat that matched the beating of my heart. I realized then that the shard wasn't a souvenir. It was a beacon. By keeping it, I had given the creature a permanent anchor in my reality. I had thought I was keeping a piece of the monster to remind myself it was real, but the monster had used the piece to ensure I could never forget. Around midnight, the solar batteries began to drain. It was impossible. They were at 98% when the sun went down. I checked the monitor on the wall. The numbers were tumbling, 90, 80, 70, as if something was drinking the electricity straight out of the wires. "Bear," I whispered. The dog stood up, his hackles rising. He turned toward the kitchen. The smell arrived first, but it wasn't the copper and syrup anymore. It was something worse. It was the smell of the hiker, the scent of sun-baked death, of parched skin and old, dusty flannel. Click, click, and click. The sound came from the roof. Slow, heavy thuds followed by that unmistakable mechanical snapping of joints. Something was walking across the corrugated steel, its weight causing the beams to groan. I stood up, my rifle ready. "I know you're there," I shouted. My voice sounded thin and brittle in the silent house. "I'm not the same person I was on the mountain. I'm not afraid of you anymore." The clicking stopped. For a long minute, there was nothing but the sound of my own breathing. Then, the intercom on the wall crackled to life. "Not afraid?" my own voice asked through the speaker. It was distorted, layered with the sound of wind and the rustle of dry leaves. "You've built a cage of light. You've surrounded yourself with machines and a beast. You are the definition of fear." "Show yourself," I growled. "I am showing you," the voice replied. "Look at the dog." I looked down at Bear. He wasn't growling anymore. He was shivering. He was looking at me, but his eyes weren't his own. They were flat, black discs reflecting nothing. He opened his mouth, and instead of a bark, a wet, rhythmic clicking sound emerged from his throat. "Bear, no," I breathed, backing away. The dog's jaw began to distend. It stretched beyond the limits of bone and sinew, his muzzle elongating, his teeth sharpening into points of black glass. It wasn't my dog anymore. It was a vessel. The creature was folding itself into the shapes of the things I loved, mocking the very idea of companionship. I couldn't shoot him. Even knowing it wasn't him, my finger froze on the trigger. The thing that had been Bear took a step toward me. Its movements were jerky, puppet-like. It tilted its head, and the voice, my voice, came out of its throat again. "The hiker was a gift. The shoe was an invitation. You've been a very difficult guest, but the party is finally starting." The power dropped to zero. The house plunged into a darkness so absolute it felt like being buried alive. I fumbled for the tactical light on my rifle, but the moment I clicked it on, the beam was swallowed by a thick, gray mist that had begun to seep through the vents. The mist smelled of ozone and ancient, frozen earth. I backed into the kitchen, my boots crunching on something soft. I looked down. The floor was covered in shoes, thousands of them. Not just sneakers, but hiking boots, dress shoes, sandals, baby booties. All of them for the right foot, all of them pristine. I realized then that Miller's missing persons were here. They weren't just gone, they were part of the collection. The grin didn't just kill, it preserved the evidence of its hunts, a macabre library of everyone who had ever run from it. The thing that had been my dog began to change further. Its skin split down the middle, and something pale and many-limbed began to crawl out of the fur. It was like a moth emerging from a cocoon, but the moth was made of human bone and translucent flesh. I didn't run this time, I didn't scream. I felt a strange, cold calm wash over me. The grin wanted my terror. It wanted the spectacle of my flight. It wanted to watch me break. I dropped the rifle. It clattered on the floor, buried under a pile of children's shoes. The creature paused. Its long, spindly limbs were halfway out of the dog's carcass. It tilted its head, the ear-to-ear grin visible even in the dim, gray light. "What is this?" it asked, the voice now a chorus of everyone it had ever taken. I heard Miller in there. I heard the hiker. I heard the mother who had lost her child's white sneaker on a trail years ago. "I'm done playing," I said. I reached up and ripped the black glass shard from my neck. The chain snapped, the sound sharp in the stillness. I held the shard out. "You want this, you want the anchor." The creature hissed, a sound like steam escaping a pipe. It lunged, its needle-pointed fingers reaching for my throat. I didn't flinch. I took the shard and drove it into my own palm. The pain was a white-hot explosion, but it was real. It was physical. It was something the creature couldn't mimic or manipulate. Blood, red, hot, and human, poured over the black glass. The shard began to glow with a sickly, violet light. The creature screamed. It wasn't a human scream. It was the sound of a mountain collapsing, of trees snapping in a hurricane. The mist began to retreat, sucked back into the shard like a vacuum. The room started to shake, the walls of my modular house buckling under the pressure of a localized gravitational well. "You are nothing," the chorus of voices shrieked. "I'm the one who stops running," I said, my voice steady despite the agony in my hand. I closed my fist around the shard, the glass slicing deeper into my flesh. I felt a connection then, a bridge between my mind and the vast, cold void where the creature lived. I saw the Okanogan. I saw the thousands of years it had spent lurking in the shadows of the world, watching humanity grow like a crop. I saw its loneliness, a hunger that could never be filled because it was fundamentally hollow. It didn't hate us, it envied us. It envied our ability to feel anything other than the cold. I pushed my consciousness across that bridge. I didn't send fear. I sent my own exhaustion. I sent the weight of the years I'd spent in the light, the boredom of the spreadsheets, the sterile silence of the high-rise, the burning heat of the desert. I gave it everything that was mundane and heavy and tired about being alive. The creature recoiled. It couldn't handle the boredom. It was a predator of extremes, of terror and adrenaline. The sheer, crushing weight of human monotony was a poison to it. Its form began to blur. The pale skin turned to smoke, the black glass teeth shattered. The dog's body fell limp on the floor, empty and still. The house stopped shaking. For a moment I saw it in its true form. It wasn't a monster. It was a smudge on the lens of reality, a glitch in the dark. It looked at me one last time, and for the first time it wasn't smiling. It looked small. It looked pathetic. Then it was gone. The lights flickered and surged back to life. The solar monitor jumped back to 65%. The smell of copper and dust vanished, replaced by the scent of my own blood and the dry desert air. I sank to my knees, cradling my mangled hand. Bear whined, a real canine whine, and crawled toward me, his tail thumping weakly against the floor. He was shaken, his fur matted with a strange, oily residue, but he was alive. He was mine. I looked around the kitchen. The shoes were gone. The floor was bare, save for my discarded rifle and the pool of blood beneath my hand. I didn't move for a long time. I just sat there with my dog, listening to the hum of the refrigerator and the distant sound of a coyote finally finding its voice in the night. I knew it wasn't dead. You can't kill something that isn't entirely alive, but I had broken the game. I had shown it that the hunter can be bored by the prey, and in the world of the grin, that was the only defeat that mattered. I still live in the desert. I still keep the lights on, but not because I'm afraid. I keep them on because I like the way they look against the red rocks at sunset. I still carry the scar on my palm, a jagged, silver line that throbbed whenever the moon is full. Sometimes when I'm walking bare near the edge of my property, I'll find something in the scrub, a rusted key, a broken watch, a single weathered glove. I don't leave them there. I don't run from them. I pick them up, I take them home, and I put them in a box on my mantle. They are just things now. The mystery has been stripped away, leaving behind only the lonely remnants of people who were once afraid. I'm not afraid anymore, because I know that in the total darkness, where the things with no faces wait to smile, there is something they fear even more than the light. They fear the person who stops running and starts looking back. And every night before I close my eyes, I look into the darkest corner of my room and I make sure it sees me. I make sure it knows I'm still here, and I'm still smiling. The silence that followed the creature's departure was not the peaceful quiet of a desert night. It was the ringing, pressurized silence of a vacuum. I sat on my kitchen floor for an hour, maybe two, watching the blood from my palm congeal into a dark, tacky map on the linoleum. Bear stayed pressed against my thigh, his breath hitching in rhythmic, jagged intervals. He was shedding the oily residue of the thing that had worn him, a foul-smelling film that stained my trousers, but he was breathing. That was the only metric that mattered. I eventually stood up, my joints popping like dry kindling. The physical world felt heavy, reinforced by a newfound density. I moved to the sink, turned on the tap, and let the lukewarm water hiss over my mangled hand. The shard of black glass was gone, not dropped, not lost, but simply ceased. When I had driven it into my flesh and flooded it with the sheer, exhausting reality of my own existence, the anchor had snapped. The bridge had collapsed. I was no longer a lighthouse for the grin. I was a dead zone. I cleaned the wound with iodine, the sting a welcome, grounding reminder of my own biology. I wrapped it in gauze, using my teeth to tighten the knot. Then I did something I hadn't done in 3 years. I walked to the front door, unlocked the steel shutters, and retracted them. The desert was bathed in the pale, indifferent light of a waning moon. The Joshua trees stood like twisted sentinels, their shaggy limbs frozen in gestures of frantic prayer. There was no mist, no smell of copper, no clicking. I stepped out onto the porch, Bear trailing cautiously at my heels, and looked toward the gate. The hiker's body was gone. I wasn't surprised. I walked down the gravel path, the crunch of my boots sounding unnaturally loud in the still air. At the gate, where the man had fallen like a felled timber, there was nothing but a shallow depression in the sand. No blood, no scuff marks from the paramedics, no evidence of the sheriff's cruiser tires. Even the white sneaker, the invitation, had vanished. It hadn't been a hallucination. It was a localized rewrite of reality. The grin didn't just haunt a space. It edited it, folding its victims into its own pocket of non-existence. When I had rejected the game, the edits had been reverted. The hiker hadn't died at my gate because, in this version of the world, he had never arrived. He was back in the library, a single shoe in a vast collection of the forgotten. I leaned against the hot metal of the fence and looked out toward the horizon, where the San Bernardino Mountains cut a jagged black notch into the stars. I realized then that the grin wasn't a singular entity. It was a shadow cast by something much larger, a cosmic voyeur that fed on the friction between what we know and what we fear. It didn't want to eat us. It wanted to asterisk be us, but it lacked the weight of history and the weariness of time. It was all surface, all teeth and mimicry. "You're still there," I whispered into the dark. I didn't say it with fear. I said it with the clinical observation of a man looking at a mold spot on a basement wall. It was there, lingering in the folds of the dimension, waiting for the next runner, the next person to catch a glimpse of a pale face in a rain-slicked window and bolt. But it wouldn't be me. I spent the next few days in a state of strange, lucid detachment. I didn't reinforce the shutters. I didn't check the perimeter sensors. I spent my time cleaning the house, scrubbing the scent of the other out of the floorboards and the dog's fur. I threw away the tactical spotlights. I kept one flashlight for emergencies, but the rest I boxed up and put in the shed. On Friday, a week after the incident, a dusty white truck pulled up to the gate. It was Vance, the sheriff. She looked exactly as she had before, her face a map of sun-creased pragmatism. "Morning," she called out, leaning out the window. "Just doing the rounds. You okay out here, Miller? You look like you've been through a tumble." I looked down at my bandaged hand, caught it in the generator belt. Stupid mistake. She nodded, her eyes scanning the yard. "Seen any hikers? We got a report of a missing person 3 towns over. Some kid from LA. Went out for a spiritual walk and never came back." I felt a ghost of a chill, but I suppressed it. "No one has been by, Sheriff. It's been quiet." "Good," she said, tapping the side of her door. "Keep it that way. Heat is supposed to hit 118 this weekend. Stay hydrated." As she started to pull away, she stopped and looked at the ground near the gate, the exact spot where the hiker had fallen. She frowned for a second, a flicker of confusion crossing her face, like a person trying to remember a dream that was rapidly dissolving. Then she shook her head, gave a brief wave, and drove off. The memory of the hiker was fading from the world's collective consciousness. He was becoming a statistic, a missing person, whose name would eventually be bleached from the records by the desert sun. That afternoon, I sat on the porch and watched the shadow of the house lengthen across the sand. Bear was lying at my feet, snoring softly, his legs twitching as he chased dream rabbits. For the first time in years, I didn't feel the need to look behind me. I didn't feel the vibration in my bones. But the world wasn't finished with me. Around dusk, the mail carrier left a small, brown paper parcel in the box at the end of the drive. I walked down to retrieve it, expecting a part for the solar array or a botanical book I'd ordered months ago. There was no return address. The postage was from a town in Washington state, a place near the Okanogan. I took it back to the kitchen table and opened it with a steak knife. Inside, wrapped in yellowed newspaper from 1994, was a small silver locket. I clicked it open. Inside was a photograph of a young woman. She was standing in a forest, the light filtering through the pine needles in long, golden shafts. She was smiling, a real human smile, full of warmth and a hint of mischief. But it was the person standing behind her, partially obscured by the blur of the background, that made my breath hitch. It was a tall, pale figure. It wasn't smiling yet, it was just watching. Tucked behind the photo was a scrap of paper with a single sentence written in a shaky, cramped hand. It doesn't like the desert, but it remembers the cold. I recognized the handwriting. It was Miller's, my old partner, the man who had supposedly died in a psych ward 3 years ago after trying to swallow his own tongue. I stared at the locket for a long time. The grin hadn't just been following me. It had been holding onto pieces of my life, waiting for the moment when I felt safest to remind me that the world is much larger and much older than my modular box and my solar panels. I looked at the newspaper wrapping. The headlines were about a local disappearance, a girl who had gone missing from a campsite. The date was the day before I had first seen the thing in the woods. I realized then that my victory in the kitchen hadn't been an ending. It had been a parry. I had wounded its pride, but the entity, or the force it represented, wasn't something that could be defeated by a single act of defiance. It was a constant. It was the dark matter of the human experience. I stood up and walked to the mantel. I took the box where I kept the remnants, the rusted key, the broken watch, and I placed the locket inside. I didn't feel the old dread. I felt a grim, steady resolve. If it wanted to keep sending me pieces of the past, I would keep them. I would build a museum of its failures. Each object was a person it had tried to erase, and by keeping them, by acknowledging them, I was denying the creature its ultimate goal, the total dissolution of its victims. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the first stars began to pierce the purple canopy of the sky. I didn't turn on the lights. I sat in the gathering gloom, letting my eyes adjust. Clicking. It was faint, a single, sharp sound from the direction of the shed. I didn't reach for a gun. I didn't call for Bear. I simply turned my head toward the sound. "I see you," I said softly. A shape detached itself from the shadow of the shed. It was tall, impossibly thin, and its skin had the translucent sheen of a deep-sea fish. It didn't approach. It just stood there, its long arms hanging at its sides, its head tilted at that familiar, inquisitive angle. The grin was there, but it was different now. It wasn't a threat, it was a question. It was looking at me, the man who had looked back, the man who had filled the void with the weight of being tired. We stood there for a long time, 2 points of consciousness in the vast, indifferent Mojave, the creature and the man, the shadow and the light. Finally, the thing took a step back, then another. It didn't vanish into smoke or mist. It simply walked into the darkness, its movements becoming fluid and natural until it was indistinguishable from the scrub and the stone. I went back inside and made a cup of coffee. I sat by the window and watched the moon climb higher. I knew that somewhere, in a forest in the north or a basement in the east, someone was running. Someone was hearing the clicking in the walls and feeling the copper taste of fear on their tongue. I couldn't save them. You can't save someone from a shadow until they decide to stop running from the sun. But I would stay here. I would be the fixed point. I would keep the box on the mantle and I would wait. Because the thing that smiles in total darkness is only powerful as long as it's the only one smiling. And tonight, as I looked out at the empty, beautiful desert, I found that my own reflection in the glass was wearing a grin that was every bit as wide and twice as deep. I finished my coffee and went to bed. I didn't dream of the mountain. I didn't dream of the hiker. I dreamt of the desert, vast, open, and perfectly, wonderfully empty. The next morning, I woke up at dawn. The air was cool, the sky a bruised orange. I walked out to the gate to get the paper, Bear trotting happily ahead of me. There, sitting on top of the mailbox, was a single object. It was a shoe, a white sneaker, left foot. It was worn, the sole caked with the gray mud of the Okanogan, the laces frayed and stained with old pine needles. It was the match to the one the hiker had dropped. I picked it up. It felt heavy in my hand, laden with the weight of miles and years. I didn't throw it away. I didn't burn it. I took it back to the house, walked to the mantel, and set it down next to the locket. "The set is complete," I whispered. And for the first time in my life, the house didn't feel like a cage. It felt like a home, a place where things were remembered, a place where the darkness came to learn what it meant to be real. I spent the rest of the morning working on the solar array. One of the panels had a hairline fracture, likely from the vibrations of the week before. I hummed a tune I hadn't thought of in decades, something my mother used to sing, and I felt the sun on my neck, hot and uncompromising. The grin might be a part of the world, but so was I, and as long as I stood my ground, the darkness would always have to ask permission to enter. I looked at Bear, who was digging a hole in the shade of a creosote bush. He looked up at me, his tongue lolling out in a goofy, canine grin. I laughed, a short, sharp sound that startled a nearby lizard. The game had changed. The hunter had become the archivist, and the prey had become the gatekeeper. I went inside to start my day. I had books to read, a dog to feed, and a life to live in the brilliant, blinding light of the Mojave. Let the thing in the dark watch. Let it learn. Maybe, after a few centuries of watching me, it would finally understand why we bother to stay alive at all. And if it ever decided to come back to try and reclaim its gifts, it knew exactly where to find me. I wasn't hiding. I was right here, in the middle of the sand and the sky, waiting with the door unlocked and the lights turned low, ready to see who would blink first. The piece I had carved for myself was a fragile thing, a thin skin of ice over a deep, dark lake. For 3 weeks, the desert returned to its natural state of indifferent heat and scouring wind. I spent my days in a rhythm of forced normalcy, repairing the wind turbine, brushing the oily grit from Bear's coat until it shone like obsidian, and sitting on the porch with a glass of lukewarm water, watching the horizon. The shoe and the locket sat on the mantel, silent witnesses to a history that shouldn't exist. I found myself looking at them more often than I cared to admit, wondering about the geography of the other. If the sneaker had come from Washington and the hiker had vanished in California, the grin wasn't traveling the highways. It was folding the map, stepping through the creases. The shift happened on a Tuesday. The barometer in the kitchen dropped so sharply the glass casing cracked with a sound like a pistol shot. Bear, who had been sleeping near the refrigerator, bolted upright, his hackles rising in a jagged ridge along his spine. He didn't growl. He let out a low, mournful howl that vibrated in my chest. I didn't reach for the rifle. I reached for the box on the mantel. Outside, the sun was still high, a white-hot coin in a bleached sky, but the shadows were wrong. They weren't stretching away from the light. They were pooling, thickening around the base of the Joshua trees like spilled ink. The air grew heavy, saturated with a moisture that didn't belong in the Mojave. It smelled of wet earth, rotting pine needles, and that sharp, metallic tang of ozone. I stepped onto the porch. The heat was gone, replaced by a localized chill that made my breath bloom in a white plume. "You're early," I said, my voice sounding flat and tiny against the sudden hush of the desert. The clicking started then. It wasn't coming from the shed or the fence line. It was coming from inside my own head, a rhythmic, bone-deep vibration that mimicked the beat of a heart. I looked down at my bandaged hand. The silver scar was throbbing, a bright, electric pain that traced the path of the black glass shard. A figure emerged from behind the solar array. It wasn't the tall, pale thing from the woods, nor was it the mimic of the hiker. It was Miller. He looked exactly as he had the last day I saw him in the field 3 years ago. He was wearing his faded tactical vest, his brow furrowed in that characteristic look of intense concentration. But his eyes were wrong. They weren't the weary brown I remembered. They were 2 pits of polished obsidian, reflecting the desert sun with a terrifying, soulless intensity. And he was smiling. Not the manic, toothy grin of the creature, but Miller's smile, a lopsided, tired expression that reached his eyes. "Hey, Miller," he said. His voice was a perfect reconstruction, down to the slight rasp from his pack-a-day habit. "You always were too stubborn to leave a post." I gripped the railing of the porch. "You're not him. He died in a room with padded walls." The Miller thing tilted its head, the movement slightly too fluid, a frame rate error in reality. Did he? Or did he just move to a different room? The grin doesn't kill, Miller. It archives. It collects the moments where the light fails. I'm just a page in the book you're trying so hard to close. It started walking toward the porch, its boots making no sound on the gravel. Bear backed away, his tail tucked, whimpering in a way that broke my heart. "Stay back," I warned, though I knew the words were hollow. The entity stopped at the bottom of the stairs. It looked up at me, and for a second the Miller mask slipped. The jaw elongated, the skin grayed to the color of wet ash, and the teeth, those black glass needles, shimmered beneath the surface of its lips. "The girl in the locket," the thing said, its voice now a layered chorus of a dozen different people. "She's still screaming, you know, not because of the pain, because she's bored. There's nothing in the dark but the echo of what you used to be. You think you won because you didn't run. You just made yourself a permanent exhibit." It reached out a hand, a pale, 5-fingered hand that looked human until you noticed the lack of fingernails. It touched the wood of the porch, and the timber instantly turned black, rotting into soft, pulpy mulch where its skin made contact. "I gave you the shoe," it whispered. "I gave you the locket. I'm trying to fill the holes in your memory. Don't you want to be whole again?" The weight of the monotony I had used to wound it before surged back into my mind, but this time the creature was ready. It didn't recoil. It absorbed the boredom, the heaviness, and twisted it. It showed me the next 40 years of my life, sitting on this porch, watching the sun rise and set, alone with a dog that would eventually die, in a house that would eventually crumble, until I was nothing but a ghost haunting my own mailbox. It showed me the sheer, terrifying pointlessness of my defiance. I felt my knees buckle. The iodine sting of the scar was the only thing keeping me anchored. I looked at the box in my hand, the collection of remnants. "You didn't give me these things to be kind," I rasped, the cold air burning my lungs. "You gave them to me because they're anchors. You're trying to pull yourself into my world using the weight of the people you took." The Miller thing's smile widened, stretching past the corners of its mouth until the skin began to tear. "We're already here, Miller. We're the space between your thoughts. We're the shadow you can't outrun because it's attached to your heels." I looked into the box. I saw the rusted key. I saw the broken watch. I saw the weathered glove. And I realized what I had to do. I hadn't been an archivist. I had been a hoarder. I was keeping the fear alive by giving it a shelf to sit on. I reached into the box and took out the locket. I didn't look at the photo. I didn't think about the girl. I thought about the metal, just silver, mined from the earth, shaped by a machine, sold for a price. I thought about the chemical composition of the glass and the ink. I stripped the mystery away until it was just a piece of junk. Then I threw it, not at the creature but past it, out into the vast, uncaring expanse of the scrub. "It's just a locket," I said. I took the shoe. "It's just canvas and rubber." I hurled it into the wind. "The watch. It's just gears and a broken spring." I flung it against a rock, where it shattered into a dozen meaningless glints of metal. With every object I discarded, the Miller thing shuddered. The form began to blur, the sharp edges of the tactical vest softening into gray smoke. The smell of copper returned, but it was fading, being blown away by the rising desert wind. "You can't keep them," the chorus of voices hissed, sounding more distant now, like a radio station losing its signal. "They belong to the dark." "Then take them back," I shouted. "I don't want them. I don't need them to remember who I am, and I don't need them to know what you are." I turned the box over, dumping the rest of the remnants, the key, the glove, the scraps of paper, onto the rotting porch. I stepped on them, crushing the weathered leather and the rusted iron under my heel. I looked the thing in its obsidian eyes, and I didn't feel bored. I didn't feel afraid. I felt a cold, crystalline anger. "You're a scavenger," I said. "You're a vulture that feeds on the holes people leave behind, but there are no holes here, not anymore." The creature let out a sound that wasn't a scream or a click. It was a long, low hiss of escaping air. Its form collapsed, not into a dog or a man, but into a swirling vortex of ash and shadow. For a heartbeat, the desert vanished. I was standing in a forest of black needles under a sky the color of a bruised lung. I saw thousands of them, pale, grinning shapes standing among the trees, their eyes all fixed on me. They weren't monsters. They were a collective, a hive mind of lost things, waiting for the world to turn its back so they could claim another inch of reality. Then the sun hit my face. I was back on the porch. The Miller thing was gone. The shadows had retreated to their proper places. The air was dry and hot, and the smell of creosote was so strong it made my eyes water. Bear was at my side, licking my bandaged hand. I looked down at the porch. The wood wasn't rotten. There were no crushed objects. The box was empty, but it was just a wooden box I'd bought at a thrift store in Barstow. I walked down the stairs and out into the scrub. I found the locket half buried in the sand. I found the shoes snagged on a thorn bush. I picked them up, but they felt different now. They felt light. They didn't pulse with the weight of the forgotten. I took them to the fire pit I used for trash. I piled them in, added some dry brush and a splash of kerosene, and struck a match. I watched the smoke rise in a straight, black line toward the sun. I watched the silver of the locket melt into a featureless puddle. I watched the rubber of the sneaker curl and blacken, releasing a foul stench that the wind carried away. I stayed there until the fire was nothing but white ash. I didn't feel like a winner. I felt like a man who had finally finished a long, exhausting chore. That night, I didn't sit by the window. I didn't look into the corners. I went to the kitchen, made a sandwich, and shared the crusts with Bear. We sat in the living room with the radio playing low, some local station playing classic country, and I read a book about irrigation systems. Around midnight, I felt a familiar sensation, a prickle on the back of my neck, a slight cooling of the air. I didn't look up from my book. "If you're looking for your toys, they're gone," I said to the empty room. There was a faint, frustrated click from the hallway. Then, the sound of retreating footsteps, not the heavy boots of a man, but the light, skittering tap of something with too many joints. The front door, which I had left unlocked, creaked open and then shut. I stayed in my chair. I didn't check the lock. I didn't reach for the rifle. I just turned the page. An hour later, I went to bed. I slept soundly, a dreamless, heavy sleep that felt like a gift. When I woke up, the world was still there. The sun was rising, the solar monitor was humming, and Bear was waiting by the door to be let out. I walked out onto the porch to start my morning routine. I looked toward the gate, expecting to see some new invitation, some new piece of the past intended to draw me back into the game. The mailbox was empty, the gravel was undisturbed. But as I turned to go back inside, I saw something on the porch railing. It wasn't a shoe or a locket. It was a small, perfectly carved wooden bird. It was a roadrunner, its tail feathers fanned out, its head tilted in a jaunty, inquisitive pose. It was beautiful, the grain of the wood polished to a high sheen. I picked it up. It was warm from the sun. I looked at the bottom of the carving. There were no initials, no marks of a maker, but the wood wasn't from the desert. It was pine, old-growth pine from the Pacific Northwest. I realized then that the grin wasn't just one thing. It was a doorway. And while things of malice lived in that darkness, other things lived there too. Things that had been taken but not broken. Things that were still trying to reach back. I didn't put the bird in the box. I didn't put it on the mantle. I took it into the kitchen and set it on the windowsill, right where the morning light would hit it first. It wasn't a remnant of a victim. It was a message from a survivor. I went to the sink and began to wash the breakfast dishes. I caught my reflection in the window. I wasn't smiling a wide, terrifying grin. I was just a man, tired but present, looking at a world that was a little more complicated than I had once believed. The silence of the desert was no longer a vacuum. It was just a silence. And in that silence, I heard the distant, unmistakable sound of a real roadrunner calling from the scrub. I finished the dishes, grabbed my hat, and headed out to work on the turbine. There was a lot to do. The sun was high, the wind was picking up, and for the first time in 3 years, I had a feeling that the day was going to be exactly what it was supposed to be. Long, hot, and entirely mine. I whistled for Bear and we headed out into the light. Behind us, the house stood firm, a small, stubborn outpost of reality in a landscape of shifting shadows. And on the windowsill, the wooden bird caught the sun, its polished wings gleaming like a promise. The thing that smiles in total darkness was still out there. I knew that. It would always be out there, waiting for the light to flicker. But it didn't matter, because I had learned the most important lesson of the desert. The sun always comes back, and until it does, you just have to be the one who doesn't blink. I reached the turbine and looked back at the house one last time. For a split second, I thought I saw a pale face in the upstairs window, a flicker of white against the glass. I didn't shudder, I didn't reach for a weapon. I just tipped my hat, turned my back on the house, and got to work. The clicking started again, faint and rhythmic, matching the turn of the turbine blades. I started humming along to it, a low, steady tune that drowned out the vibration in my bones. I was Miller. I was a desert rat. I was the man who looked back. And in the total darkness, that was more than enough. The peace lasted exactly 4 days. It was a synthetic sort of quiet, the kind that feels like a held breath. I spent those days obsessively cleaning. I scrubbed the baseboards with bleach until my eyes stung. I dismantled the carburetor of the old generator just to see the logic of its parts. I was trying to outrun the wooden bird on the windowsill. I hadn't moved it. It sat in the light, its pine grain glowing, but every time I passed it, the silver scar on my palm would itch. It wasn't a physical itch. It was a ghost sensation, like a wire being plucked deep inside my muscle. On the 5th night, the wind died. The Mojave is never truly silent. There is always the hiss of sand or the creak of expanding wood, but this was a vacuum. I was sitting at the kitchen table, the wooden bird centered in my vision, when Bear suddenly stood up. He didn't look at the door. He looked at the floor. A stain was spreading across the linoleum. It wasn't water or oil. It was a dark, viscous shadow that seemed to rise from the subflooring, defying the overhead fluorescent light. It pooled around the legs of my chair, and as it touched my boots, the temperature in the room plummeted. "Not tonight," I whispered, my voice cracking. "I burned your anchors, I cleared the shelf." The clicking didn't come from the hallway this time. It came from the bird. The small wooden roadrunner began to vibrate against the windowsill, its beak snapping open and shut with a dry, wooden clatter. Click-clack, click-clack. I grabbed the carving, intending to throw it out the door, but the moment my fingers closed around it, the world tilted. The kitchen didn't vanish, but it layered. I could see my stove and my sink, but I could also see a dense, fog-choked thicket of hemlock trees occupying the same space. The smell of pine became an abrasive stench, thick enough to taste. I wasn't in the Mojave anymore, even though my feet were still on the linoleum. I was in the fold. A hand reached out of the shadows beneath the table. It wasn't the Grin's hand. It was smaller, the skin mottled with age and dirt. It clutched at my ankle with surprising strength. "Don't let it look at the bird," a voice rasped. It was a woman's voice, paper-thin and exhausted. "It uses the beauty, Miller. It uses the things you want to keep." I looked down. A woman was crawling out from under my kitchen table, but she wasn't fully there. She looked like a charcoal sketch that had been rained on, smudged, translucent, her edges bleeding into the dark pool on the floor. She was wearing a park ranger's uniform from the 70s, the fabric tattered and gray. "Who are you?" I asked, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. "Sarah," she said, her eyes fixed on the wooden bird in my hand. "I carved that. I carved it in the dark to remember what the sun felt like. I thought if I sent it through, someone would find it. Someone would know we're still in here." "Wait." She gestured vaguely toward the living room. In the dim light, I saw them, not the Grin, but the others. Figures stood in the corners of my home, standing perfectly still. They weren't monsters, they were the archives. The hiker from Washington, the girl from the locket, a man in a business suit with a briefcase that looked like it was made of smoke. They were the empty spaces the creature had mentioned, the holes in the world. "It's coming back for the bird," Sarah whispered, her form flickering. "It doesn't like it when we make things. It wants the dark to be empty. It wants us to be nothing but echoes." The front door didn't open. It simply ceased to be a barrier. The Grin stepped through the wall, its elongated frame scraping against the ceiling. It wasn't wearing Miller's face anymore. It was raw, a towering, spindly thing of pale, translucent skin that looked like wet parchment stretched over a cage of obsidian needles. Its face was a smooth, featureless oval, save for that mouth. The smile was a horizontal gash that wrapped nearly all the way around its head, filled with row upon row of those black glass teeth. It didn't look at me, it looked at Sarah. The clicking became a deafening roar, a mechanical shrieking that made my ears bleed. The Grin reached for the woman, its fingers extending like telescoping rods. "Get back!" I lunged forward, swinging the wooden bird like a stone. I expected my hand to pass through the creature, but the bird struck its chest with a solid, resonant asterisk thud asterisk. The Grin recoiled, a sound like tearing metal erupting from its throat. Where the pine wood had touched it, the creature's skin was scorched, glowing with a faint, amber light. It hated the bird, not because it was a weapon, but because it was created asterisk. It was a piece of the world that hadn't been taken. It was a piece of the world that had been brought back. "Miller," Sarah screamed, her image fading as the Grin recovered. "The light, not the bulbs, the real light." The creature turned its eyeless head toward me. The smile widened, the corners of its mouth splitting upward toward where its temples should be. It didn't need eyes to see the fear in me. It fed on the realization that my peace had been a delusion. I backed away, stumbling toward the back door. The Grin moved with a stuttering, stop-motion gait, appearing 3 feet closer with every blink of my eyes. The shadows in the room were rising like a tide, swallowing the furniture, swallowing Bear, who was barking at something I couldn't see in the corner. I burst through the back door and out into the night. The desert was gone. The Mojave had been replaced by a sprawling, infinite graveyard of things. I stood on a plain of gray ash under a sky of roiling black clouds. Everywhere I looked, there were remnants. Thousands of shoes, millions of keys, mountains of rusted bicycles and broken dolls. And standing among the debris were the people, thousands of them, gray and silent, their faces turned upward toward the empty sky. The grin stepped out behind me. It looked at home here. It grew larger, its limbs unfolding like the legs of a spider until it towered 20 feet high. "This is the archive," the chorus of voices whispered, vibrating through the very ground. "Every forgotten thought, every lost moment. You didn't win, Miller. You just walked into the center of the web." I looked at the wooden bird in my hand. It was the only thing in this gray hell that had color. It was a defiant, stubborn brown. "You said I made myself an exhibit," I said, my voice echoing in the vast emptiness. "But you forgot one thing about exhibits." The grin tilted its massive head. "People come to see them," I said, "and they always bring a light." I didn't try to fight the creature. I didn't try to run. I closed my eyes and did something I hadn't done since I was a child. I didn't pray to a god, I prayed to the sun. I reached into the memory of the Mojave, the heat that cracks stones, the white gold glare that blinds, the uncompromising, brutal honesty of a desert noon. I remembered the way the solar panels hummed when they were saturated with power. I remembered the sting of sweat in my eyes. I poured that memory into the wooden bird. The carving began to heat up. It didn't burn my hand, it felt like holding a warm stone. The pine began to glow, first a soft amber, then a brilliant, searing yellow. The grin shrieked. It tried to lash out, its obsidian claws swinging through the air, but the light from the bird was expanding, a sphere of pure, solar radiance that pushed back the gray fog. "You can't keep it all," I shouted. "The world is too big for you." The light hit the mountains of junk and they began to dissolve, not into nothingness, but into their component parts, atoms, energy, potential. I saw the gray figures around me begin to brighten. Sarah, the ranger, looked at her hands as they turned from charcoal to flesh. The grin was disintegrating. Its pale skin was sloughing off in great, wet sheets, revealing a core of nothingness that couldn't survive the exposure. It thrashed, its smile finally breaking, the black teeth shattering like cheap glass. The world exploded in a flash of white. When I opened my eyes, I was lying on the gravel behind my house. The sun was just beginning to peek over the horizon, painting the sky in bruised purples and fiery oranges. The air was cool and smelled of sage and dust. Bear was licking my face, his tail thumping against my ribs. I sat up, my head spinning. My hand was empty. The wooden bird was gone. I looked at the back of the house. The door was hanging off its hinges, and the wood around the frame was scorched, but it was my house. The Mojave was back. The wind was starting to pick up, a low, steady moan that felt like a greeting. I stood up shakily and walked inside. The kitchen was a mess. The linoleum was scarred with black streaks, and the table was overturned, but the shadows were just shadows. The fold had retracted. I walked to the windowsill. The bird wasn't there, but in its place was a small pile of fine white ash, and next to the ash, resting on the wood, was a single green pine needle, fresh, pliant, smelling of a forest I'd never visited. I picked it up and held it to the light. The grin wasn't gone. I knew that in my gut. You don't kill a fundamental force of the universe with a wooden carving and a memory. It was out there, nursing its wounds in the deep creases of the world, waiting for the next person to lose their way. But the game had changed again. I wasn't just a gatekeeper anymore. I was a witness. I spent the morning cleaning up the kitchen. I didn't feel the need to rush. I worked with a steady, methodical pace, fixing the door, uprighting the table. I found the locket and the shoe in the fire pit. They were just lumps of slag now, stripped of their power. As I worked, I realized that I wasn't alone in the way I had been before. The archives were still out there, but the wall between us was thinner. I could feel them, Sarah, the hiker, the girl, not as ghosts, but as a quiet, distant pressure. They were the ones who had helped me. They were the ones who had held the line from the other side. Around noon, I went out to the mailbox. I didn't expect anything, but I went anyway. It was a habit now, a ritual of engagement with the world. Inside the metal box was a single piece of paper. It wasn't a photograph or a map. It was a drawing, done in crayon, of a sun with a yellow face and long, jagged rays. At the bottom, in a child's messy handwriting, were the words, "Thank you for the light." I didn't look for the child. I didn't look for a delivery truck. I just folded the paper and put it in my pocket. I walked back to the porch and sat down. The heat was starting to settle in, that heavy, uncompromising Mojave weight. I looked out at the horizon, at the Joshua trees standing like twisted sentinels against the blue. The grin would come back. It would try a different face, a different gift. It would wait for a moonless night or a moment of profound, soul-crushing boredom. It would try to convince me again that everything is meaningless and that the dark is the only truth. I reached into my pocket and touched the pine needle. "Let it try," I said to the wind. I stood up and went inside to make some coffee. I had a life to live, and for the first time in a very long time, I wasn't just waiting for the end of it. I was waiting for the middle. I was waiting for the next breath. The silver scar on my hand didn't itch anymore. It was just a mark, a bit of history etched into my skin. I sat at the table, the drawing of the sun spread out before me, and I started to plan. I wasn't going to just maintain the turbine and the solar array. I was going to build something, a beacon, not a small one, but something that would cut through the darkness for miles. I'd use the old radio tower on the ridge. I'd wire it to the main array, use the high-intensity LEDs I'd been hoarding. If the Grin wanted to use my home as a waypoint, I was going to make sure it was the brightest waypoint in the hemisphere. I was going to turn the Mojave into a lighthouse. I looked at Bear, who was gnawing on a tennis ball by the fridge. "We're going to need more wire," I told him. He wagged his tail, his eyes bright and focused. I took a sip of my coffee. It was strong, bitter, and perfectly real. Outside, the sun continued its slow, inevitable climb, burning away the last of the morning mist, revealing a world that was harsh, beautiful, and most importantly, visible. I picked up a pen and started to sketch the wiring diagram on the back of the child's drawing. I wasn't an archivist anymore. I was an engineer of the light. And as the first of the LEDs flickered to life on my workbench later that afternoon, I realized I was smiling. A real smile, one that didn't need teeth to be felt. The thing in the dark could watch all it wanted, but from now on, it was going to have to do it with its eyes shielded. I was Miller, I was the man who stayed, and I was just getting started. The blueprint for the lighthouse was more than a technical schematic. It was a map of my own defiance. I spent the next 3 days in a fever of mechanical purpose. The radio tower sat on a limestone shelf 300 yards behind the house, a rusted skeleton of the Cold War that had once hummed with encrypted frequencies. Now, it was just a perch for vultures. I hauled spools of heavy-gauge copper wire from the shed, my muscles screaming under the weight, but the pain was grounding. It was a physical tax I was happy to pay to remain anchored in the now. Bear followed me back and forth, his nose twitching at the scent of oxidized metal and sun-baked stone. He seemed lighter, too. The oppressive weight that had sat on his shoulders, the way he used to cringe at shadows in the hallway, had dissipated into a wary alertness. We were a team again, 2 scavengers building a fire against an infinite night. By the 4th afternoon, the heat was a physical blow, rhythmic and pulsing. I was halfway up the tower, tethered by a frayed climbing harness, bolting the first of the 4 industrial LED housings to the cross members. These weren't store-bought floods. I'd gutted the landing lights from a downed Cessna I'd found in a dry wash years ago and wired them into a series of capacitors. When I flipped the switch, they wouldn't just illuminate the yard, they would punch a hole in the atmosphere. I stopped to wipe the salt from my eyes and looked out toward the horizon. The desert was shimmering, the heat haze turning the scrub brush into a sea of undulating ghosts. For a second, the perspective shifted. The old vertigo of the fold threatened to pull at my heels. I saw the gray ash beneath the sand, the millions of lost keys and shoes waiting just a fraction of an inch behind the reality of the rocks. I gripped the steel strut until the rivets bit into my palm. Focus on the rust, I told myself. Focus on the smell of the ozone and the grit in your teeth. I finished the wiring and began the descent. As my boots hit the gravel, I felt a vibration. It wasn't the wind. It was a low-frequency hum that seemed to originate from the earth itself. Bear let out a low, mourning howl, his hackles rising like a serrated ridge along his spine. I looked toward the house. The air around the back porch was warping, like gasoline fumes rising from hot asphalt. But it wasn't clear. It was oily, a prismatic distortion that turned the white paint of the siding into a bruised purple. "Already," I whispered. The grin wasn't coming as a monster this time. It was coming as a leak. The barrier I had scorched with the wooden bird was weeping. I ran for the generator shed. If I could jumpstart the array, if I could hit the tower with a surge of raw wattage before the sun went down, I might be able to cauterize the wound in the air. I yanked the pull cord on the backup diesel. It sputtered, coughed a cloud of acrid black smoke, and died. Clicking. The sound came from inside the shed. It was soft, almost delicate, like a fingernail tapping on a crystal glass. I didn't turn around. I reached for the heavy pipe wrench on the workbench, my fingers closing around the cold iron. "You're late," I said, my voice steady despite the frantic drumming in my chest. "The sun's still up for another hour." "The sun is a flickering candle in a cathedral of basalt, Miller." The voice didn't come from the grin. It was a man's voice, deep, resonant, and horribly familiar. I turned slowly. Standing in the doorway of the shed was a man in a crisp, olive-drab uniform. He looked exactly like the photograph on my mantle, the one of my father before the desert took his mind and then his life. He looked healthy. He looked whole. But his eyes were wrong. They were too wide, the whites showing all the way around the irises, and his mouth was set in a rigid, frozen line that twitched at the corners. "Dad," the word felt like a betrayal. "I found it, son," the thing said, stepping into the shed. It moved with a fluid, unnatural grace, its joints silent. The place where nothing hurts, the place where the silence finally stays silent. You don't need the lights. They only show you what you've lost. It reached out a hand. The skin was perfect, tan and calloused, but as it moved through a shaft of sunlight leaking through the shed's roof, the illusion faltered. For a split second, I saw the obsidian needles, the translucent parchment skin, the horrific, infinite smile lurking behind the mask of my father's face. "You aren't him," I said, raising the wrench. "He died in a hospital in Barstow screaming about the things in the walls. You're just the thing that lived in the walls." The thing's face rippled. The father mask didn't vanish, but it began to stretch. The jaw elongated, the teeth multiplying behind the human lips. "He is an entry in the ledger now," the creature hissed, the voices of 1,000 lost souls vibrating behind the singular tone. "He is a page in the book of the forgotten. Do you want to see the page, Miller? Do you want to see how little space he occupies?" It lunged. I didn't swing the wrench. I dove for the main breaker switch on the wall, the one connected to the tower's capacitors. I felt a cold, wet pressure clamp down on my shoulder, fingers that felt like icicles wrapped in rawhide. The smell of the hemlock forest swamped my senses, thick and suffocating. The shed vanished. For a heartbeat, I was standing in the gray ash again, the towering, spindly shape of the grin looming over me, its mouth open wide enough to swallow the sky. But my hand was already on the lever. "Let there be light," I growled. I slammed the breaker down. The roar was instantaneous. It wasn't just electrical, it was a physical concussive wave. High above on the ridge, the 4 Cessna landing lights ignited with the power of a miniature star. The surge was so violent it blew the fuses in the house, but the tower held. A column of pure, white brilliance slammed down from the ridge, reflecting off the white-painted roof of the shed and the mica-flecked rocks of the yard. The creature screamed. It wasn't a human sound. It was the sound of a vacuum being filled, a high-pitched, agonizing whistle of air rushing into a void. The father mask tore away like wet tissue paper. The grin stood revealed in the center of the shed, its translucent body smoking, its obsidian bones beginning to glow a dull, angry red. The light from the tower was so bright I had to shield my eyes, but I didn't look away. I watched as the shadows in the corners of the shed were obliterated. I watched as the oily distortion in the air was burned clean, the prismatic leak snapping shut like a pressurized seal. The grin recoiled, its long, spindly limbs tangling as it tried to retreat into the shadows under the workbench. But there were no shadows. The lighthouse on the ridge had eliminated every dark corner. The light was bouncing off the corrugated metal walls, intensifying, creating a crossfire of illumination that left no room for the fold to exist. "You are a flicker," the voices gasped, fading into a static-filled whisper. "Maybe," I said, stepping toward it, the light at my back making me a silhouette of solid black. "But I'm the flicker that's currently burning you alive." The creature collapsed in on itself. It didn't die. I could feel it receding, sliding back into the cracks between the atoms, retreating to the deep, cold places where the sun never reaches. But it was leaving. It was being evicted. With a final metallic shriek, the air in the shed cleared. The temperature jumped 20 degrees. The smell of pine and rot vanished, replaced by the honest, simple scent of diesel and hot dust. I stood there for a long time, my hands still on the breaker, breathing hard. My shoulder throbbed where it had touched me, a cold ache that felt like it had reached all the way to the bone. I walked out of the shed. The sun had finally dipped below the mountains, but the desert wasn't dark. The tower was humming, casting a long, brilliant spear of white light across the flats. It carved a path through the scrub, illuminating the Joshua trees like prehistoric dancers caught in a strobe light. I looked up at the tower. It was beautiful. It was a giant, man-made middle finger pointed at the void. Bear came trotting up to me, his tail wagging cautiously. He sniffed at my boots, then looked toward the tower and let out a single, sharp bark of approval. "Yeah," I said, leaning against the shed door. "Me too, buddy." I went back into the house. It was pitch black inside. The surge had fried the internal wiring, but I didn't reach for a flashlight. I didn't feel the need. The light from the tower was bleeding through the windows, casting sharp, angular boxes of white onto the floorboards. It was enough to see by. I went to the kitchen and sat at the table. The drawing of the sun was still there, glowing in the reflected light from the ridge. I picked it up and held it. The encounter with the father had left a hollow space in my chest, a cold realization of how easily the thing could weaponize my own grief. It knew my cracks. It knew the shape of the holes in my life because it lived in them. But I realized something then, sitting in the quiet of my ruined kitchen. The grin could mimic the face of my father, but it couldn't mimic the way he used to burn the toast every Sunday morning. It could mimic his voice, but it couldn't mimic the way he'd whistle off-key when he was fixing the truck. It could only take the asterisk idea of a person. It couldn't take the substance. The archives weren't just a collection of lost things. They were a collection of incomplete things. The creature only took the parts of us that we let go of, the regrets, the secrets, the moments we wished we could forget. If I wanted to stay safe, I had to stop trying to be a desert rat who lived in the cracks. I had to be a man who occupied every inch of his own life. I spent the rest of the night by candlelight rewriting the ledger. I didn't write about the weather or the turbine. I wrote about Sarah, the ranger. I wrote about the hiker and the girl with the locket. I wrote down everything she had told me, every detail I could remember about the fold. I wasn't just keeping a diary. I was building a manual. If you see the smile, don't look at the teeth. Look at the light behind them. If you hear the clicking, don't listen to the rhythm. Listen to your own heartbeat. The dark isn't a place, it's a hunger, and you are not the meal. The next morning, the desert was quiet. The tower was still shining, though the LEDs were less noticeable against the glare of the actual sun. I went out to check the solar array. The capacitors were drained, and I'd need to spend the day rerouting the power to keep the lighthouse running through the coming night, but the work felt good. As I was clearing some tumbleweeds from the base of the panels, I saw something caught in the wire fence near the road. It was a piece of fabric, blue denim, faded and torn. I walked over and untangled it. It was a sleeve from a work shirt. It looked like it had been there for years, but as I held it, I felt a faint, lingering warmth. I looked down the long, empty stretch of the highway. A few miles away, where the heat was already beginning to distort the road, I saw a figure. It wasn't a monster. It was a person walking away from my house, heading toward the mountains. They were translucent, a shimmer of charcoal against the gold of the sand, but they were moving with purpose. I raised my hand in a silent wave. The figure stopped. It didn't turn around, but for a second the sun caught something shiny in its hand, a tool, maybe, or a piece of glass. It flashed a reflection back at me, a brief, brilliant spark of light. Then it was gone. The archives were leaking. The light from the tower hadn't just pushed the grin back. It had opened a door for the things it had stolen. I looked at the denim sleeve in my hand. "One at a time," I whispered. I walked back to the house, the sun at my back, my shadow stretching out long and thin before me. The shadow was dark, yes, but it was mine. It followed my movements. It obeyed the laws of the light. I went inside, grabbed my tools, and got back to work. There were 3 more towers on the surrounding ridges, old relay stations that had been dead for decades. If I could bridge them, if I could link the entire valley into a single, cohesive grid of radiance. I stopped at the windowsill. The pile of white ash was gone, blown away by the morning breeze, but the green pine needle was still there. I picked it up and tucked it into the brim of my hat. The thing that smiles in total darkness was still out there. I could feel it watching from the shadows of the canyons, a cold, patient presence that would never truly leave. It was waiting for a bulb to pop. It was waiting for me to get tired. It was waiting for the world to forget. But I wasn't tired, and I wasn't going to forget. I am Miller. I am the man who built the light. And in the Mojave, that is more than enough to keep the shadows where they belong. I climbed back up the tower to check the lens on the south-facing light. From up here, I could see for 50 miles. The desert was a tapestry of brown and gold, a vast, beautiful emptiness that was no longer a vacuum. It was a space waiting to be filled. And as I worked, I started to whistle. It was off-key, it was ragged, and it was loud enough to drown out the clicking of the wind in the struts. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard. The 3rd tower was the hardest. It sat on a jagged tooth of volcanic rock 3 miles to the east, accessible only by a goat path that had long ago succumbed to erosion and the shifting temperament of the sand. I loaded the mule, an old motorized flatbed I'd rigged with balloon tires. With the last of the heavy-gauge spools and a crate of salvaged stadium floods I'd liberated from a collapsed high school gym in a ghost town 40 miles north. The air was different out here, further from the house. It felt thin, like old parchment that might tear if I stepped too heavily. Bear felt it too. He didn't bark at the lizards or chase the dust devils. He stayed glued to the side of the flatbed, his ears pinned back, his eyes tracking movements in the heat shimmer that I chose to ignore. Every time I looked at the horizon, the sky seemed to bruise, a deep, necrotic purple bleeding into the blue. The fold was reaching out, trying to find a new way in now that I'd fortified the home base. It was a pressure in the inner ear, a constant, low-grade hum that made my teeth ache. I spent 6 hours on that ridge, my skin baking under a sun that felt increasingly artificial. The more I worked with the light, the more the natural world seemed to lose its luster, as if the desert were jealous of the brilliance I was mounting on its peaks. I was bolting the third floodlight into place when I saw the movement in the valley below. It wasn't the grin, it was a line of them. Figures, dozens of them, walking in a slow, rhythmic procession along the dry creek bed. They were translucent, like figures seen through a rain-streaked window, their colors muted to shades of charcoal and ash. Some were carrying suitcases. One was pushing a bicycle with no wheels. They moved with a heavy, coordinated lethargy, their heads bowed. They weren't coming toward me. They were just passing through, a migration of the forgotten. The archives were emptying. My lighthouse hadn't just scared the monster, it had cracked the cellar door. "Miller," a voice whispered. It didn't come from the wind. It came from the radio headset I used to check the signal strength between the towers. I froze, my wrench poised over a half-tightened bolt. The headset wasn't plugged into anything. The battery compartment was empty, the wires frayed. "Miller, look at the girl." I looked down at the procession. One of the figures had stopped. She was small, wearing a dress that might have been yellow once, holding a stuffed rabbit by one ear. She was looking up at the ridge, her face a blur of static. I felt a cold sweat break out on my neck. The grin wasn't attacking, it was narrating. It was showing me its collection, mocking my attempt to illuminate its gallery. "She waited 3 days in the backseat of a station wagon," the voice in the dead headset murmured. It was the voice of a news anchor now, smooth, detached, and horribly clear. The heat was 114 degrees. "Do you know what happens to a memory when it melts, Miller? It becomes part of the floorboards. It becomes part of me." "Shut up," I snapped, ripping the headset off and throwing it against the rocks. It shattered, but the voice didn't stop. It just moved to the vibration of the tower itself, the steel humming with the cadence of the words. "You think your lights are a shield, but they are only a spotlight. You are making the stage beautiful for the finale. Look at the man with the locket. Look at the woman with the missing shoe. They are all your neighbors now. You invited them in when you broke the dark." I ignored it. I slammed the final bolt home and wired the capacitor. My hands were shaking, but the connections were solid. I wasn't an engineer of the light anymore. I was a surgeon trying to stitch a wound in reality while the patient screamed. "Bear, load up," I yelled. We raced the sunset back to the house. The mule's engine groaned, the smell of burning oil filling the air. As we descended into the basin, the shadows began to stretch, reaching out from behind the boulders like long, skeletal fingers. They weren't just dark spots anymore. They were deep and they had texture. I could see the grain of the fold in them, the gray ash, the discarded keys, the smell of damp earth. I made it to the generator shed just as the sun's rim touched the mountains. The sky didn't turn orange. It turned the color of a fresh bruise, a sickly violet that seemed to swallow the light rather than reflect it. I didn't wait. I hit the master switch. The ridge to the north ignited, then the ridge to the east, then the radio tower behind the house. The valley erupted in a crossfire of blinding, artificial white. The 3 towers formed a triangle of radiance, their beams intersecting over my house, creating a canopy of light that pushed the bruise back toward the stars. The shadows didn't just recede, they snapped back, retreating into the cracks of the earth with a sound like tearing silk. The procession of ghosts in the creek bed vanished instantly, dissolved by the sheer intensity of the lumens. I stood in the center of the yard, bathed in the overlapping glare. It was so bright I had to wear my welding goggles just to see the porch. The world was stripped of color, reduced to high-contrast blacks and whites, a stark, clinical reality where nothing could hide. "Is that enough?" I screamed at the empty air. "Is that bright enough for you?" The response was a low, guttural growl that didn't come from the towers or the wind. It came from directly beneath my feet. The ground vibrated. A crack appeared in the hard-packed dirt of the yard, running from the porch to the gate. It wasn't an earthquake, it was a mouth. I scrambled back, Bear barking frantically at the widening fissure. From the crack, a thick, oily vapor began to seep out, the same prismatic distortion I'd seen in the shed. But this time it was dense. It fought the light, curling into solid shapes that defied the beams from the towers. The grin didn't emerge all at once. It drifted up like smoke, its obsidian bones knitting together in the air. It was larger now, its limbs elongated to the point of absurdity, its head lolling on a neck that looked like a braid of wet cables. It stood in the center of my light trap, and it didn't burn. It was wearing the light. The translucent skin of the creature was acting like a prism. The beams from the towers were hitting its body and shattering into 1,000 different directions, creating a chaotic kaleidoscope of colors that made my head spin. It wasn't retreating, it was adapting. It was using my own weapon to create a localized storm of confusion. "The light is just another medium," the creature hissed. The voices were no longer a whisper, they were a roar, a choir of the lost screaming in unison. It stepped toward me, its feet making no sound on the gravel. Every time it moved, the light shifted around it, creating dead zones of absolute blackness that trailed behind it like a cape. I ran for the house, bare at my heels. I slammed the door and threw the heavy oak bolt, but I knew it was useless. The grin didn't need doors. It needed gaps. It needed the space between the thoughts in my head. I backed into the kitchen, my heart hammering a frantic rhythm against my ribs. The light from the towers was streaming through the windows, but it was flickering now. The grin was standing near the generator shed, its presence interfering with the flow of power, its very existence a short circuit in the world. Click, click, click. The sound was inside the house now. It was coming from the floorboards, from the ceiling, from the cupboards where I kept the canned peaches and the stale crackers. "Miller," a voice said from the hallway. It was Sarah, the ranger. I turned, my breath catching in my throat. She was standing there, her uniform neat, her hat pulled low. But her face was a blank slate of gray ash, her eyes two empty pits that leaked a faint, silver mist. "You shouldn't have stayed," she said, her voice sounding like a recording played at the wrong speed. "The archives need a librarian, Miller, not a lighthouse keeper. You're making the books hard to read." "You're not Sarah," I whispered, gripping the edge of the kitchen table. "Sarah is gone, she's a page in the ledger." "Then read me," she said, stepping into the kitchen. As she moved, the light from the window hit her, and the illusion shattered. The grin's long, needle-thin fingers reached out from the sleeves of the ranger's shirt. The face stretched, the jaw dropping open to reveal the infinite rows of teeth, each one etched with a name I didn't want to know. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the one thing I hadn't used yet. It wasn't a tool, it wasn't a weapon, it was the child's drawing of the sun. I'd spent the previous night coating the back of the paper with a highly reflective phosphoric paste I'd distilled from old emergency flares. I'd wired a small, high-voltage battery to a strip of copper tape along the edges. "You want the light," I growled, my voice cracking. "Take it all." I folded the paper and jammed it into the toaster on the counter. It was a desperate, stupid plan, but the toaster was wired directly into the house's main bus bar, which was currently being fed by the massive capacitors on the ridge. I shoved the lever down. The heating elements didn't just turn orange, they turned white. The phosphoric paste ignited with a chemical hiss, and the drawing of the sun became a literal sun. The flare-up was blinding. The toaster exploded in a shower of sparks and molten chrome, but the reaction had already started. The phosphorus burned with a heat that cracked the kitchen window and set the curtains on fire. The grin recoiled, its Sarah mask evaporating in the heat. It let out a sound that wasn't a scream, it was a sob, a deep, hollow sound of profound loss. The creature didn't vanish this time. It began to pull the house into the fold. The walls of the kitchen started to peel away, not like wood, but like old skin. Behind the wallpaper, there was no studs or insulation. There was only the gray ash and the infinite rows of shelves. I could see the ledger books, millions of them, stretching away into a lightless void. The house was being unmade. The lighthouse was failing because the ground it sat on was being revoked. Bear out now. I grabbed the dog by the collar and dove through the shattered kitchen window. We hit the gravel hard, the heat from the burning kitchen singing my hair. I looked up. The house was half gone. It looked like a double exposure, one part solid wood and peeling paint, the other part a skeletal frame of shadow and gray dust. The grin was standing on what was left of the porch, its body flickering between realities. It looked confused. It looked hurt. The light from the towers was still hitting it, but the beams were bending now, curving around the house as if the space itself were becoming a lens. I realized then that I couldn't win by just shining a light on the thing. I was trying to fight a ghost with a flashlight. To stop the grin, I had to stop being the observer. I had to stop being the one who watched the archives. I stood up, my knees scraping against the sharp stones. I didn't look at the monster. I looked at the towers. "The ledger is closed," I shouted, the wind whipping my words away. "There are no more entries. The hikers are gone. The girl is gone. I'm the only one left, and I'm not a memory." I ran to the main power cable that ran from the generator shed to the house. It was a thick, black snake humming with the power of 3 ridges. I didn't have a tool. I didn't have a plan. I grabbed the cable with both hands and ripped it from the junction box. The world went white. Not the white of a light bulb, the white of a blank page. The surge traveled through me, a violent, agonizing current that turned my vision into a field of static. I felt my heart stop, then kickstart with a jagged electric thud. The energy didn't just stay in my nerves. It flowed through the ground, through the house, and directly into the grin. I was the bridge, I was the fuse. The creature didn't scream this time. It simply became solid. For one brief, terrifying second, it wasn't a ghost or a shadow. It was a physical thing, a mass of obsidian, wet muscle, and ancient, cold hunger. And because it was solid, the light could finally destroy it. The beams from the 3 towers converged on the porch. The grin shattered like a glass statue in a furnace. Pieces of it, black, jagged shards of nothingness, flew in every direction, dissolving before they hit the ground. Then the silence returned. The towers didn't pop. They didn't fade. They simply went dark, their capacitors finally drained to the dregs. I was lying on my back in the dirt, the smell of ozone and burnt hair thick in my nostrils. My hands were blackened, the skin blistered, but I could feel the grit of the Mojave beneath my fingernails. It was real. It was solid. I turned my head. Bear was standing over me, his wet nose pressing against my cheek. He was whining, a low, concerned sound that was the most beautiful thing I'd ever heard. "I'm okay, buddy," I croaked. My voice sounded like I'd swallowed a handful of glass. "I'm here." I looked toward the house. It was still there. It was scarred, the porch scorched, and the kitchen window a gaping black hole, but it was solid. The gray ash was gone. The shelves were gone. The fold had retreated, pulled back into whatever dark dimension it called home. But I knew it wasn't over. The grin was a symptom, not the disease. The desert was still full of holes, and the archives were still hungry. I sat up, my body screaming in protest. The 3 towers on the ridges were dark silhouettes against a sky that was finally, mercifully, filled with stars. Real stars. Not the flickering pinpricks of the fold, but the cold, distant, honest lights of the universe. I looked at my hands. They were shaking, the nerves fried and the muscles twitching. I would never be able to hold a pen the same way again. I would never be able to sketch a wiring diagram or log the weather with the precision I once had. I wasn't a librarian anymore. I wasn't an engineer. I was a scar. I crawled to the porch and sat on the top step. The wood was still warm from the fire. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the charred remains of the child's drawing. It was mostly ash now, the sun a blackened circle in the center. I looked out at the road. The highway was a silver ribbon in the starlight. stretching away toward a world that didn't know about the thing that smiles in the dark. For the first time in years, I didn't feel like I was waiting for something to happen. I didn't feel like a waypoint. I felt like a destination. "We're going to need a bigger generator," I told Bear. He sat down beside me, his shoulder leaning against mine. We sat there in the dark, the real dark, the one that belongs to the earth, and watched the moon rise over the Mojave. The grin was gone for now, but it had left something behind. In the silence of the desert, I could hear a new sound. It wasn't clicking. It wasn't whispering. It was the sound of the wind, blowing through the empty spaces where the ghosts used to be. And for the first time, the wind didn't have anything to say. I closed my eyes and let the cold air wash over me. I was Miller. I was the man who stayed, and I was finally truly alone. But as I drifted into a shallow, exhausted sleep, I felt a small, sharp pressure in the brim of my hat. The pine needle. It was still there, a reminder of a forest that didn't exist and a girl who had been more than a page in a book. I smiled a real smile. The dark can have the memories, I'll keep the rest. The silence lasted exactly 3 minutes. I know because I counted the beats of my heart, each one a sluggish, painful reminder that I was still tethered to a body that felt like it had been put through a rock crusher. The desert night was profound, a heavy velvet that pressed against my skin without the oily, suffocating texture of the fold. But then, the air shifted. It wasn't a return of the grin, not yet, but a subtle change in the atmospheric pressure, the way the air feels right before a flash flood hits a dry wash. I stood up, my joints popping like dry kindling. My hands were a mess of raw, weeping blisters and carbonized skin, but the pain was a grounding wire. I needed to move. The house was a shell, the kitchen a charred ruin, and the power grid I had spent weeks building was a collection of dead batteries and melted copper. I looked at the 3 towers on the ridges. They were blind giants now, their eyes extinguished. "Bear," I rasped, "get the kid." The dog didn't move. He was staring at the spot where the fissure had opened in the yard. The ground had closed, but the dirt there was different. It was darker, stained with a soot that didn't come from fire. It looked like a bruise on the earth. Bear's hackles were down, but his tail was tucked tight. He wasn't afraid of a predator anymore. He was mourning something. I walked to the shed, my boots crunching on the gravel. The smell of ozone was being replaced by the scent of parched sage and old dust, the smell of the Mojave reasserting its dominance. Inside the shed, the backup generator sat in the corner, a squat, iron beast that I'd kept in reserve for a total system failure. I reached for the pull cord, my fingers screaming as they gripped the plastic handle. I pulled, nothing. I pulled again, the effort sending a jolt of agony through my shoulders. On the 3rd try, the engine coughed, spat a cloud of blue smoke, and roared into a steady, rhythmic thrum. It was a small sound compared to the symphony of the towers, but it was a human sound. It was a defiant heartbeat in the middle of a graveyard. I dragged a work light out to the porch and hooked it to the generator. A single amber bulb flickered to life, casting long, wavering shadows across the yard. It wasn't a weapon, it was just a light. I spent the next hour scavenging. The kitchen was a loss. The stove was fused to the floor, and the refrigerator had been hollowed out by the fold. The food inside turned to a gray, fibrous mush that smelled like wet cardboard. But the basement was intact. The thick concrete walls and the deep earth had acted as a Faraday cage for the reality-warping effects of the grin. I found a crate of old topographic maps, a stash of canned beans, and a shortwave radio that I hadn't touched in a decade. I carried them up to the living room, which now smelled of smoke and the faint, lingering scent of Sarah's perfume, a ghost of a ghost. I sat at the heavy oak table, the amber light of the work lamp making the maps look like ancient parchment. I needed to understand the geography of the archives. If the grin was the librarian and the fold was the library, then there had to be a logic to its layout. The procession I'd seen in the creek bed hadn't been random. They were moving from the mountains toward the deep basin of the salt flats. They weren't just passing through, I whispered to the empty room. They were being moved. The radio crackled. I hadn't even turned it on. I froze, my hand hovering over a tin of beans. The dial was set to a dead frequency, a spot between stations where there should have been nothing but cosmic background radiation. Instead, there was a rhythmic clicking. Click, 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 click. It wasn't the grin's teeth, it was Morse code. I grabbed a pencil, my charred fingers fumbling with the wood. I'd learned Morse in the service, a skill I thought I'd buried under layers of civilian indifference. I listened, the pulses of static cutting through the white noise. Station 4 is hungry. There was no Station 4. The Park Service only had 3 outposts in this sector, and 2 of them had been abandoned since the 70s. My house was the unofficial hub. I looked at the map, my eyes tracing the lines of the old fire roads. 10 miles to the north, tucked into a box canyon that the sun only touched for 3 hours a day, was a derelict weather station. It didn't have a number. It was just a dot on the map labeled *OBS 11 *. Station 4, I muttered. The radio hissed, the signal fading into a low, mournful moan. Then a voice broke through. It wasn't the smooth, polished voice of the news anchor or the distorted mimicry of Sarah. It was a man's voice, rough, frantic, and distorted by distance. If anyone, receiving, the light is, it's not enough. They're coming through the floor, tell Miller, tell him the ledger is, bleeding. The transmission died. The radio hummed with a flat, indifferent silence. Tell Miller. Someone knew my name. Not the thing in the dark, but someone out there. Someone who was currently being erased. I looked at Bear. He was watching me, his eyes reflecting the amber light. He knew. He'd known since the moment we'd arrived in this God-forsaken basin that we weren't here to guard the desert. We were here to be the last line of defense for the things the desert had swallowed. I couldn't stay in the house. The grin had been shattered, but it was like a starfish. It would regrow from the pieces. And next time, it would know about the phosphorus. It would know about the capacitors. It was learning my language, and I was running out of words. I began to pack. I didn't need much. I took a heavy-duty flashlight, a box of flares, a crowbar, and the shortwave radio. I also took the pine needle. I tucked it into the lining of my jacket, a tiny, sharp secret. As I walked out to the mule, the desert felt different. The pressure in my inner ear was gone, replaced by a strange, hollow ringing. The stars were bright, but they felt small, like tiny holes poked in a black curtain. I kept thinking about what the grin had said. You are making the stage beautiful for the finale. I started the mule's engine, the sound echoing off the canyon walls. I didn't turn on the headlights. I didn't want to see what was waiting at the edge of the road. I relied on the moonlight and the memory of the terrain. We drove north toward the box canyon. The road was a series of hair-raising switchbacks, the tires spitting gravel into the abyss below. As we climbed, the temperature dropped. The air became thin and sharp, carrying the scent of ancient ice and wet stone. The entrance to the canyon was a narrow slit in the rock, guarded by 2 massive boulders that looked like hunched shoulders. I killed the engine and let the mule coast to a stop. "Stay," I whispered to Bear. He didn't argue. He sat in the passenger seat, his ears pinned back, his gaze fixed on the darkness ahead. I stepped out into the cold. The silence here was different from the silence at the house. It was heavy. It felt like walking into a room full of people who had all stopped talking the moment you opened the door. I clicked on my flashlight. The beam was a solid white spear that cut through the gloom. The canyon floor was littered with debris, not natural rocks, but the detritus of human lives. I saw a rusted tricycle, a stack of waterlogged phone books from 1994, a pile of shoes that looked like they'd been bleached by the sun. The further I walked, the denser the debris became. It was as if the canyon were a drain, and all the lost things of the Mojave had been washed here by some invisible tide. At the end of the canyon stood the weather station. It was a small, corrugated metal shack perched on a concrete plinth. It looked ordinary, except for the fact that it was glowing. Not with light, but with a faint, pulsing luminescence that reminded me of deep-sea fish. The door was standing open. I approached the plinth, my heart hammering. Every instinct I had was screaming at me to turn around, to get back in the mule and drive until I hit the Pacific. But the voice on the radio had been real. The fear in it had been human. I climbed the 3 concrete steps and stepped inside. The interior of the shack was larger than it should have been. The walls didn't meet at right angles. They seemed to curve away into an impossible distance. The floor was covered in a thick layer of gray ash, and the air was filled with the sound of rustling paper. In the center of the room sat a man. He was wearing a tattered park ranger uniform, his back to me. He was sitting at a desk that was overflowing with ledger books. He was writing furiously, the scratch of his pen on the paper sounding like a swarm of insects. "Are you Miller?" he asked without turning around. His voice was the one from the radio, rough and exhausted. "I'm Miller," I said, my flashlight beam trembling. "Who are you?" "I'm the one who came before," he said. "And the one who comes after, I'm the clerk. But the ink is running out, Miller. And when the ink runs out, the stories start to walk." He turned around then, and I nearly dropped the light. He didn't have a face. Not in the way the grin didn't have a face. His features were there, but they were made of text. Lines of tiny, black script crawled across his skin. Names, dates, coordinates, descriptions of weather patterns and missing person reports. His eyes were 2 periods at the end of a long, tragic sentence. "You broke the seal," the clerk said, his mouth a moving paragraph. "The lighthouse was a mistake. You invited the light into a place that was built to hold the dark. You've made the memories visible, and now they want to be real again." "I was trying to stop it," I said, my voice sounding small in the vast, impossible room. "The thing that smiles, it was taking people." "It wasn't taking them," the clerk sighed, a sound like a closing book. "It was asterisk being them. The grin is just the cover of the book, Miller. It's the binding that holds all this together. You destroyed the binding, and now the pages are loose." He stood up, and I realized he wasn't standing on the floor. He was standing on a mountain of ledgers that stretched down into a bottomless pit. "Look," he said, pointing to the wall behind him. The metal of the shack had turned transparent. Beyond it, I could see the Mojave, but it wasn't the desert I knew. It was a sprawling, gray metropolis of shelves. Millions of miles of stacks, filled with the lives of everyone who had ever stepped into the shadows, and they were all moving. The translucent figures I'd seen in the creek bed were here, but they weren't rhythmic anymore. They were frantic. They were clawing at the shelves, trying to climb back up into the world of light. "The surge you sent through the fold, it cracked the foundation," the clerk said. "The archives are leaking. In an hour, the Mojave won't be a desert anymore. It will be a memory of a desert, and everyone in it will be a footnote." "How do I stop it?" I asked, my grip tightening on the crowbar. The clerk smiled, a grim, literate expression. "You can't stop a story once it's been read. You can only change the ending." He reached out and handed me a pen. It was heavy, made of cold, black stone. "You're an observer, Miller. You've been watching the dark for a long time. You know its shape. You know its name." "I don't know its name," I whispered. "Yes, you do," the clerk said, his voice fading as his body began to dissolve into a cloud of loose letters. "It's the same as yours." The shack shuddered. The walls began to buckle, the corrugated metal peeling away to reveal the infinite void beyond. The clerk was gone, leaving only a pile of empty clothes and the black stone pen. I looked down at the desk. There was a single, blank ledger open on the blotter. At the top of the page, in a handwriting that looked disturbingly like my own, were the words, "The thing that smiles in total darkness, Part 10. I heard a sound behind me. I turned, the flashlight beam cutting through the swirling ash. Standing in the doorway wasn't the grin. It wasn't a ghost. It was Sarah. But she wasn't a memory this time. She was solid. She was breathing. She was covered in gray dust, her eyes wide with a terror that was entirely human. "Miller," she sobbed, reaching out a hand. "Miller, help me. I can't remember my last name." I looked at the pen in my hand. I looked at the blank page. I looked at the woman who shouldn't exist. The desert outside began to scream, a sound of a billion voices finally finding their breath. The finale the grin had promised wasn't an ending. It was a premiere. I sat down at the desk. My hands were shaking, the blisters burning, but the pen felt right. It felt like a tool. It felt like a weapon. "Sarah," I said, my voice steady for the first time in years. "Sit down. I'm going to tell you who you are." I touched the pen to the paper. The ink was blacker than the fold. It was blacker than the space between the stars. It was the color of the truth. As I wrote the first word, the canyon outside vanished. The house vanished. The towers vanished. There was only the light of the lamp, the smell of the ink, and the weight of the story that was finally being told. And in the darkness beyond the desk, I heard the clicking start again. But this time, it wasn't a laugh. It was an applause. The nib of the stone pen didn't scratch the paper. It sank into it, the black fluid spreading like an oil slick across the fibers. I didn't think about the words. I didn't plan the syntax. My hand moved with a frantic, autonomous twitch, as if my pulse had migrated from my wrist to the barrel of the pen. "Sarah Thorne," I wrote. The name felt heavy, a physical weight being anchored into the reality of the small, shifting room. Born June 12, 1982. Daughter of a carpenter. She liked the smell of sawdust and the way the desert looked right before a storm, that bruised purple color that makes the mountains look like they're holding their breath. As I wrote, the woman in the doorway gasped. She clutched her throat, her chest heaving as if she were inhaling air for the first time in a century. The gray dust that coated her skin began to flake away, revealing the tan of a woman who spent too much time in the sun, and the small, jagged scar on her chin from a bicycle accident in the 4th grade. "I remember," she whispered, her voice cracking. "The bike, the red one with the streamers." I didn't look up. I couldn't. The moment I broke contact with the page, I felt the walls of the shack ripple. The archives were pressing in, a sea of unwritten lives demanding to be validated, to be inked into existence. The clicking in the dark grew louder, a standing ovation of teeth. The grin wasn't gone. It was the audience now, watching to see if I could play its game. "Keep talking, Miller," Sarah said, stepping toward the desk. Her footsteps sounded solid now. No more of that hollow, rhythmic thud. "Tell me more. Tell me about the house. Tell me why we stayed." "We stayed because the world was too loud," I said, my hand flying across the ledger. I wrote about the way she brewed coffee, too strong, always with a pinch of salt. I wrote about the night we watched the Perseids from the roof of the mule, and how she'd pointed at the sky and said the stars looked like stitches holding the night together. But as I wrote, the ink started to change. It began to bleed upward, rising off the paper in thin, smoky tendrils. The letters I had just formed started to squirm. Sarah Thorne became SRAGONE*. "No," I growled, pressing the pen down so hard the stone groaned. I crossed out the corruption, the black ink splattering across my knuckles. It felt cold like liquid nitrogen. "You are Sarah Thorne. You are real." "Miller, the floor," she warned. I looked down. The concrete plinth was dissolving. The mountain of ledgers the clerk had been sitting on was liquefying into a slurry of pulp and stagnant water. We were sinking into the basement of the world. Above us, the corrugated roof tore away, revealing not the stars but the fold, a swirling vortex of gray static and half-formed faces. The grin leaned over the edge of the vortex. It was massive now, its face stretching across the horizon of my vision. It wasn't just one smile anymore. It was 1,000, a gallery of crescent moon maws stitched together by the very lines of text I was writing. "You are a good biographer, Miller," the air vibrated. The voice didn't come from a throat, it came from the friction of the wind against the rocks. "But every story needs a conflict, every story needs an end." "I'm not finishing this one," I shouted, my voice straining against the roar of the atmospheric collapse. I turned the page. It was blank, but as the ink hit it, images began to form. Not words this time, but maps. I drew the 3 towers. I drew the grid. I drew the way the power flowed from the sun into the batteries, a golden thread of logic in a world of nonsense. "The light," I muttered. "The light wasn't a mistake, it was the border." I realized then what the clerk had meant. The lighthouse hadn't been an invitation, it had been a translation. It had taken the chaotic, hungry energy of the fold and tried to force it into a spectrum humans could understand. But the spectrum was too narrow. I grabbed the shortwave radio from my bag and slammed it onto the desk. The Morse code was still pulsing, a frantic heartbeat of dots and dashes. "STONFOURHUNGRY. It's not hungry for food," I realized, the pen moving in a blur. "It's hungry for a sequence." I began to write code, not the kind for a computer, but the kind for a soul. I wrote the frequency of the towers. I wrote the resistance of the copper wire. I wrote the exact chemical composition of the phosphorus flares. I was building a cage out of information. Sarah was beside me now, her hand on my shoulder. Her touch was warm, but it was flickering. One moment I could feel the calluses on her palm. The next my hand passed through her as if she were a projection. "Miller, it's taking me back," she said, her voice sounding like it was coming from the bottom of a well. "The archives, they're reclaiming the entries." "Not this one," I said. I reached into my jacket and pulled out the pine needle. I laid it on the center of the ledger. "This doesn't belong here," I told the darkness. "This is from a place you can't touch, a place with rain and deep roots and shadows that stay where they're put." I stabbed the stone pen through the pine needle, pinning it to the paper. The reaction was instantaneous. A shockwave of green light, not the sickly phosphor green of my towers, but the deep, vibrant emerald of a living forest, exploded from the point of contact. The black ink recoiled. It hissed like a salted slug, retreating from the needle as if it were a hot coal. The grin shrieked. It was a sound of tearing silk, a billion pages being ripped out of a book at once. The vortex above us buckled. The gray static began to turn to rain, real, cold, wet rain that smelled of pine and ozone. "The needle," Sarah gasped, her form stabilizing. She looked down at her hands, which were now wet with the downpour. "Where did you get it?" "A girl," I said, my breath coming in ragged gasps. "A girl who wasn't a footnote." The shack began to spin. The mountain of ledgers collapsed entirely and we were falling. But we weren't falling into the pit. We were falling upward, through the layers of the fold, through the strata of memory and the sediment of lost things. I saw the faces of the people I had tried to save. I saw the hiker with the broken camera. I saw the old man who had wandered off from the rest stop in 1988. They were all there, trapped in the margins, but as the green light washed over them, they began to blur, their features softening, their terror turning into a quiet, resigned peace. They weren't being saved, not exactly. They were being erased properly. They were being given the dignity of being forgotten. We hit the ground with a bone-jarring thud. I opened my eyes. The taste of dust was back in my mouth. The smell of sage was thick in the air. I was lying on the floor of the weather station shack. The walls were corrugated metal, solid and rusted. The sun was just beginning to bleed over the edge of the mountains, a thin line of pale gold that made the desert look like a sleeping animal. Sarah was lying a few feet away. She was shivering, her clothes soaked not with ink, but with the morning dew. "Miller," she whispered. I sat up, my body screaming in protest. I looked at my hands. The blisters were still there, but they were healing, the skin pink and tender. The stone pen was gone. The ledger was gone. Beside me, the shortwave radio was silent. I stood up and walked to the door. The canyon was empty. There were no tricycles, no phone books, no piles of shoes, just the rocks and the scrub and the long, stretching shadows of the dawn. Bear was waiting by the mule. He let out a single, sharp bark and wagged his tail, his eyes bright. He looked like he'd just woken up from a very long, very bad dream. I helped Sarah to her feet. She leaned on me, her weight real and heavy. She looked at the horizon, her eyes tracking the movement of a hawk circling high above. "It's over," she said. It wasn't a question. "For now," I said. I looked back at the shack. On the concrete plinth, right where the desk had been, there was a small, dark stain. And in the center of that stain, perfectly preserved, was the pine needle. I didn't pick it up. I left it there as a marker, a period at the end of a sentence. We walked back to the mule. I helped Sarah into the passenger seat, and Bear hopped into the back, settling himself among the crates of gear. I sat in the driver's seat and looked at the dashboard. The odometer hadn't moved a single mile since we'd left the house. I started the engine. The sound was loud and abrasive, a beautiful mechanical noise that cut through the silence of the Mojave. I turned the mule around and began the long drive back down the mountain. As we reached the first switchback, I looked over at the ridge where my house stood. The 3 towers were still there. They looked small from this distance, like toothpicks stuck into the earth, but they weren't glowing. They were just metal and wire catching the first light of the sun. "What happens now?" Sarah asked. She was looking at her reflection in the side mirror, touching her face as if she were making sure it was still hers. "We go home," I said. "We fix the generator, we clean up the kitchen." "And the thing," she asked, her voice dropping to a whisper, "the thing that smiles." I thought about the clerk. I thought about the infinite shelves of the archives and the way the grin had looked when the green light hit it, not defeated, but simply closed. Like a book that had been put back on a shelf in a dark corner of a library no one visited anymore. "It's still there," I said. "It'll always be there. The dark doesn't go away just because you turn on a light. It just moves to the corners." "But we're not the waypoints anymore," she said, repeating the words I'd thought to myself on the porch. "No," I said, a small smile tugging at the corner of my mouth. "We're the editors." We drove in silence for a while, the desert floor opening up before us. The salt flats were a shimmering white expanse, reflecting the sky like a mirror. It was beautiful. It was terrifying. It was home. When we pulled into the yard, the house looked different. The charred remains of the kitchen were still there, the smell of smoke still lingering, but the bruise on the earth where the fissure had opened was gone. The dirt was just dirt. I parked the mule and killed the engine. The silence that followed was natural. It was the silence of the heat and the wind. I got out and walked to the edge of the porch. I looked out at the road, the silver ribbon that led away to the world. For a moment, I thought about getting back in the mule, taking Sarah and Bear and just driving, leaving the towers and the batteries and the ghosts behind. But then I saw it. On the railing of the porch, right where I'd sat the night before, there was a small white slip of paper. I picked it up. My heart skipped a beat as I recognized the handwriting. It wasn't mine. It wasn't the clerk's. It was a neat, childish print. "Thank you for the light," it read. It helped me find my way back to the trees. Underneath the words was a small drawing. A sun, not blackened or eclipsed, but bright and yellow, with long, straight rays reaching out in every direction. I folded the paper and tucked it into my pocket. "Miller," Sarah called from the house. "The radio is doing something." I ran inside, my boots thudding on the floorboards. Sarah was standing by the kitchen table where I'd left the backup shortwave. The dial was spinning on its own, the numbers blurring as it searched through the frequencies. It stopped on a local station, a small, independent outfit out of Barstow that mostly played classic rock and farm reports. "And for those of you just joining us on this beautiful Mojave morning," the DJ's voice crackled, We have a bit of a mystery on our hands. Reports are coming in from all over the basin about a green flash in the sky around 4:00 a.m. Scientists are saying it was likely a bolide meteor, but folks out in the canyons are saying it smelled like, well, like Christmas. Sarah and I looked at each other. The music is coming up next, the DJ continued. And this one goes out to the man at the waypoint. We don't know who you are, but we hear you're doing a hell of a job keeping the lights on. The opening chords of an old, familiar song filled the room, something slow and acoustic, a song about coming home. I sat down in the chair, the tension finally draining out of my shoulders. I looked at the raw, healing skin of my hands. I looked at Sarah, who was leaning against the scorched counter, a faint, real smile on her lips. The grin was gone, the fold was closed, the archives were silent. But as the music played, I noticed something in the corner of the room. Shadows usually fall away from the light. They follow the laws of physics, stretching and shrinking according to the position of the sun. But the shadow in the corner of the kitchen wasn't moving. The sun was streaming through the window, hitting the floor at an angle that should have illuminated that spot perfectly. Instead, the corner remained a deep, impenetrable black, and as I watched, the blackness shifted. It didn't move like a person or an animal. It moved like ink spilling across a page. It formed a shape, a small, familiar shape. A pair of lips. They didn't curve into a smile. They didn't open to reveal teeth. They pressed together as if keeping a secret, and then with a soft, papery rustle, they vanished. "Miller," Sarah asked, noticing my stare. "What is it?" I looked at the empty corner. I looked at the sun-drenched yard. I looked at the world that didn't know about the things that lived in the dark. "Nothing," I said, reaching for her hand. "Just the wind." I was Miller. I was the man who stayed. And for the first time, I realized that the story wasn't over. It was just beginning a new chapter. And this time, I was the one holding the pen. The static on the radio didn't stay on the music for long. It began to fray at the edges, a high-pitched whine bleeding through the melody of the folk song until the DJ's voice became a rhythmic, mechanical pulse. It wasn't the Morse code of the towers. It was something smoother, like the sound of a finger circling the rim of a crystal glass. Sarah froze, her hand hovering over the scarred wood of the kitchen table. The sunlight hitting the linoleum seemed to lose its warmth, turning a pale, medicinal white. "Miller," she whispered, "the radio, it's not the station anymore." I stepped toward the device, my boots feeling heavy, as if the floorboards had turned into wet clay. The dial was still set to the Barstow frequency, but the needle was vibrating so violently it looked blurred. I reached out to turn it off, but before my fingers touched the plastic knob, a voice came through. It wasn't the DJ. It wasn't the clerk. It was a layering of 1,000 whispers, a composite sound that felt like dry leaves skittering across a grave. The revision was noted, biographer. The house groaned, not the shifting of old wood, but a deep, tectonic protest from the earth beneath the foundations. Outside, the mule's alarm began to wail, a frantic, rhythmic screaming that tore through the morning silence. Bear began to howl, a sound of pure, ancestral terror I had never heard from him before. "It's not over," Sarah said, her voice trembling. "You said it was over." "I said the dark moves to the corners," I muttered, my heart hammering against my ribs. "I didn't say it stays there." I grabbed my jacket and the heavy flashlight from the counter. My hands were shaking again, the phantom weight of the stone pen still ghosting against my fingers. I looked at the corner where the shadow lips had vanished. The drywall there was puckering, the white paint bubbling and turning a bruised, ink-stained purple. I bolted for the door, Sarah right behind me. When we hit the porch, the world had tilted. The sun was still there, but it looked like a copper coin dropped into a bowl of gray water. The horizon was blurring, the sharp edges of the mountains softening into the smudge of an unfinished charcoal drawing. The three towers were no longer standing still. They were vibrating with such intensity that the humming was audible in my teeth. The copper wires connecting them weren't just cables anymore. They were glowing with a frantic, pulsing violet light, drawing a jagged triangle against the sky. "The grid," I shouted over the rising wind. "It's bypassing the batteries. It's pulling directly from the fold." "How?" Sarah cried, clutching my arm. "You pinned the needle, you wrote the ending." I wrote asterisk and asterisk ending, I realized, the cold dread settling in my gut. But the archives don't just accept deletions. They require a replacement. I gave them the pine needle, but that was just a bookmark. It held the place. It didn't fill the void. We ran toward the mule. Bear was already huddled under the chassis, his fur standing on end. I grabbed the heavy toolkit from the truck bed and pulled out the wire cutters and the insulated gloves. If I couldn't shut the system down from the shack, I'd have to cut the heart out of it manually. "Stay here," I told Sarah. "If the light turns fully purple, get in the truck and drive. Don't look back at the house. Don't look at the towers." "Miller, no." I didn't wait for her to argue. I started climbing the ridge toward Tower 1. The air was getting thicker, more viscous, like I was swimming through invisible syrup. Every breath tasted of ozone and old paper. The clicking had started again, but it wasn't coming from the darkness this time. It was coming from the air itself, the sound of reality snapping under the strain of being rewritten. As I reached the base of the first tower, I saw the ground was no longer dirt. It had become a mosaic of discarded things. I stepped on a rusted typewriter ribbon, then a pile of teeth, then a layer of yellowed telegrams from 1912. The fold wasn't just leaking, it was hemorrhaging. "You cannot stop the PRESSES, Miller," the air hissed. I looked up. The grin wasn't a face anymore. It was a tear in the sky, a crescent-shaped rupture that revealed a glimpse of the machinery behind the stars. I saw cogs made of bone and belts made of braided hair, all churning to maintain the illusion of the Mojave. I reached for the main power lead on Tower 1. The violet light was blinding now, a scream of energy that smelled like burning hair. I clamped the cutters onto the wire. Snip! The spark threw me backward, my vision exploding into white stars. The tower let out a metallic shriek, but the violet light didn't die. It just bled into the ground, turning the sand into a glass-like substance that hummed with a low, taunting frequency. I scrambled to my feet, my chest heaving. I looked toward Tower 2. Standing at its base was a figure. It was the clerk, but he wasn't sitting at a desk. He was standing tall, his gray suit tattered and fluttering in a wind that didn't touch the scrub brush. His face was a blank slate of dust, save for the eyes, two pinpricks of emerald green light that matched the pine needle I'd used to anchor Sarah. "The ink is dry, Miller," the clerk said. His voice wasn't a whisper anymore, it was a gavel strike. "You brought something from the outside into the ledger. You introduced a variable that doesn't belong in the index." "I brought a life back," I yelled, moving toward him, the cutters gripped like a dagger. "I brought Sarah back." "You brought a ghost of a memory," the clerk countered, pointing a long, spindly finger at the house. "And in doing so, you left a hole in the sequence. Something has to fill the space where Sarah Thorne used to be. The archive abhors a vacuum." I looked back at the porch. Sarah was standing there, but she wasn't looking at me. She was looking at her own hands. They were turning gray. The tan was fading. The scar on her chin was smoothing over, vanishing back into the unwritten void. "No," I whispered. "The pine needle was a gift," the clerk said, his voice softening. "But it was a gift of transition. It allowed the girl to find her way home because she was never written into the ledger. But Sarah is a primary entry. You cannot simply move her from one column to another without balancing the books." The violet light from the towers began to converge on the house. It formed a pillar of swirling, iridescent smoke that looked like a giant, spectral thumb pressing down on the roof. "What do I have to do?" I asked, dropping the cutters. I knew they were useless now. You can't cut a thought with steel. The clerk stepped closer. He smelled of ancient dust and the cold, lonely spaces between the stars. The grin wants the story to finish. It wants the premiere you promised. Give it an ending that satisfies the logic of the fold, and it will let the rest of the world go back to its sleep. What ending? The clerk held out his hand. In his palm sat the stone pen. It was pulsing with a dark, hungry light. A trade, the clerk said. A character for a character, an observer for the observed. I looked at the house. I could see Sarah through the distortion. She looked so small, so fragile, a single spark of warmth in a world that was rapidly turning to ash and ink. I thought about the years I'd spent alone in the dark, the way I'd curated the silence, the way I'd become a part of the machinery without even realizing it. I realized then that I had never been the protagonist of this story. I was the prologue. I was the setting. If I go, I said, my voice steady, she stays, truly stays. No more gray skin, no more flickering. She gets the red bike, the streamers, the smell of sawdust, and a life that goes all the way to the last page. She will remember a man named Miller, the clerk said, but he will be a man who died in a fire, a tragic accident, a closed chapter. The ledger will be balanced. I took the pen. The moment the stone touched my skin, the blisters on my hands vanished. The pain in my back, the exhaustion in my soul, the fear, it all evaporated, replaced by a cold, crystalline clarity. I wasn't a man anymore. I was a vessel. I didn't need paper. I knelt in the glass sand at the base of the tower and began to write. I wrote about the desert. I wrote about the way the wind sounded when it had nothing to push against. I wrote about a woman who woke up on a porch in the Mojave and found herself alone, but not lonely. I wrote about a dog that found a new master in a town 300 miles away. I wrote myself out of the frame. I described the way Miller walked into the light of the third tower. I described the way his body didn't burn, but folded, layer by layer, memory by memory, until he was nothing but a series of footnotes in a larger, grander work. As I wrote, the violet light began to turn white. The screaming of the towers dropped to a gentle hum. The sky began to knit itself back together, the copper sun warming into a true golden yellow. I looked at my hands. They were becoming transparent. I could see the telegrams and the teeth through my palms. Miller. It was Sarah's voice. She was running up the ridge toward me. She looked vibrant. She looked whole. The sunlight caught the gold in her hair, and for a second, she was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. Stop, she cried. Don't do it. I smiled at her. It wasn't the grin. It was a human smile, crooked and tired and full of a strange, quiet peace. It's a good ending, Sarah, I said. My voice sounded like it was coming from a long way away. It's the only one that makes sense. I won't let you, she said, reaching for me. But her hand passed through my chest. There was no resistance. I was already a ghost of the text. Remember the stars, I told her. The stitches holding the night together, keep them tight. I wrote the final word. Venice. The world exploded into a silent, white flash. There was no pain. There was no falling. There was only the sensation of being shelved. I felt the weight of 1,000 volumes pressing in on either side of me, the comfort of being part of an infinite library. I opened my eyes. I was sitting at a desk. It was a beautiful desk, carved from dark mahogany, polished until it shone like a black pool. The room was vast, the ceiling lost in a haze of golden light. Shelves stretched in every direction, filled with ledgers that hummed with the soft vibration of billions of lives. The clerk was sitting across from me. He was wearing a fresh suit, and he was holding a cup of coffee. It smelled of salt and strong beans. "Welcome to the archives, Miller," he said. I looked down at my hands. They were solid again, but they were the color of parchment. I was wearing a gray suit that fit me perfectly. "Is she safe?" I asked. The clerk nodded and waved a hand toward a large, ornate mirror on the wall. In the glass I saw the Mojave, I saw the house. It was repaired, the scorch marks gone, a fresh coat of white paint gleaming in the sun. Sarah was on the porch, sitting in a rocking chair. She was reading a book. Bear was asleep at her feet, his tail occasionally twitching in a dream. She looked up from her book and stared out at the towers. For a moment, a shadow of confusion crossed her face, a flickering memory of a man with a stone pen. But then she blinked, smiled at the warmth of the sun, and went back to her reading. She was a primary entry. She was whole. "And the grin?" I asked. The clerk tilted his head toward the shadows at the edge of the room. I saw it then. It wasn't a monster anymore. It was a small, flickering shape in the corner, a gesture in the court of the written word. It was the chaos that made the order necessary. It was the ink spill that forced the rewrite. It wasn't smiling, it was waiting. "There is a lot of work to do," the clerk said, handing me a fresh ledger. The pages were blank, white, and full of potential. "The world is a messy place, Miller. It needs constant editing." I took the pen. It felt right. It felt like a tool. It felt like a destiny. I opened the ledger to the first page. Chapter 1, I wrote. The desert was quiet, but it was not empty. Behind me, in the vast, golden silence of the archives, I heard a single, soft click. It wasn't an applause. It was the sound of a door locking. The pen didn't feel like stone anymore. It felt like an extension of my pulse, a needle tapping into the very heartbeat of the universe. When I pressed the nib to the cream-colored page of the ledger, the ink didn't just sit on the surface. It sank in, glowing with a faint, bioluminescent hum before settling into a permanent, authoritative black. "Where do I start?" I asked, my voice echoing in the vast, vaulted ribs of the archive. The clerk didn't look up from his own work. He was busy filing a stack of translucent wafers that looked like frozen lightning. "Start with the anomalies, Miller, the frayed edges, the things that slip through the cracks when the sun goes down and the collective consciousness of the world begins to dream. You are the auditor of the unseen now." I looked back at the mirror. Sarah was standing up now, stretching her arms toward the vast Mojave sky. She looked so real, so vibrant, that it hurt to watch. I could see the wind tugging at the stray hairs near her temples. I could see a hawk circling high above the towers, a tiny speck of predatory grace. To her, the towers were just old relics of a forgotten government project, silent and hollow. She didn't know they were the anchors for her very existence. I turned my attention to the book. I flipped past the first page and found a section titled *Current Disruptions. The words began to crawl across the paper, forming themselves out of the shadows of the room. Location: Black Rock Desert. Event: a localized lapse in linear time. Subject: a 1954 Hudson Hornet appearing on a dry lake bed, engine still warm, driver missing for 70 years. I felt a pull in my gut, a directional tug, like a compass needle finding north. I understood instinctively what was required. I reached out with the pen and drew a neat, silver line through the entry. Correction: I wrote. The vehicle is a mirage caused by heat refraction and a lingering memory of the soil. The driver was never lost. He simply took a different road. As I wrote the words, I felt a ripple go through the archive. Somewhere, thousands of miles away and yet right beneath my feet, reality adjusted itself. The car vanished from the salt flats, leaving nothing but a swirl of dust and the lonely whistle of the wind. The ledger sighed, a sound like 1,000 flutes played at once. "Good," the clerk murmured. "Efficiency is the soul of the archive, but don't get too comfortable with the easy fixes. The grin is still hungry." I looked toward the corner where the shadow lips had been. The darkness there was thicker now, a coagulated mass of unmeaning that seemed to pulse in time with the flickering of the golden lamps. It wasn't just a monster, it was the personification of the deleted. Every word ever crossed out, every person ever forgotten, every dream that died in the womb, it all fed the grin. It was the landfill of the cosmos, and it was starting to overflow. "How long have you been doing this?" I asked the clerk. Long enough to remember when the stars were still being drafted, he replied, finally looking up. His emerald eyes were weary, filled with the weight of 1,000,000,000 stories. There were others before me. There will be others after you. The archive is eternal, but its librarians are biodegradable. He stood up, his joints popping with the sound of dry parchment. He walked over to a massive, circular window that overlooked a void of swirling violet mists. We are the barrier, Miller, between the story and the silence. If we stop writing, the silence wins. The grin becomes the only face the universe has left. I looked down at my hands. They were becoming more translucent by the hour. I could see the ink flowing through my veins now, a dark, rhythmic ichor that carried the weight of the world's secrets. I wasn't Miller the technician anymore. I wasn't the man who stayed. I was the ink blood. What happens if I leave? I asked, my eyes darting toward the door. The clerk smiled, a sad, thin expression. You can't. You signed the contract in the sand. You traded your presence for her permanence. To leave this room is to unwrite her. Do you want Sarah to become a smudge again? Do you want her to taste the ash of the fold? I looked back at the mirror. Sarah was laughing now, playing with Bear in the yard. The dog was barking at a butterfly, his tail thumping against the dusty ground. The sun was setting, painting the desert in shades of bruised purple and fiery orange. It was perfect. It was a lie, but it was a beautiful one. No, I said, my voice hardening. I'll stay. Then get to work, the clerk said, pointing to a new entry that was bleeding onto the page in a frantic, jagged script. Location, Barstow. Subject, a radio DJ hearing voices from the future. The signal is leaking through the copper mesh of the old waypoint. My heart skipped. The DJ, the one who had played the song for me, the one who had told the world about the green flash. He was touching the edges of the archive, and the archive was starting to touch him back. I gripped the pen. I started to write a correction to silence the frequency, to tuck the DJ back into the safety of the mundane. But as the nib touched the paper, the pen resisted. It vibrated in my hand, a low, angry growl of stone against wood. He's seen too much, I whispered. The ink won't take. Then you must go to him, the clerk said, his voice dropping to a chilly register. Not in body, but in essence. You must enter the narrative and perform a live edit. How? The clerk walked over and placed a hand on my shoulder. His touch was cold like a slab of marble. Close your eyes, Miller. Find the frequency. Become the static. I did as he said. I let the archive fade away. The smell of old paper and salt vanished, replaced by the sharp, metallic tang of an electronics repair shop. I heard the hum of vacuum tubes. I heard the rhythmic clicking of a spinning reel-to-reel tape. I was in the station. It was a cramped, cluttered room filled with towers of vinyl records and flickering monitors. The DJ, a man with a weathered face and eyes that had seen too many late shifts, was hunched over the console. He was wearing heavy headphones, his hands trembling as he adjusted the sliders. Can you hear it? He was whispering into the microphone. It's not a meteor, it's a heartbeat. I can hear the heartbeat of the world, and it's skipping. It's skipping like a broken record. I stood behind him, a shadow among shadows. I wasn't solid. I was a shimmer in the air, a glitch in the light. Stop, I whispered. The DJ froze. He slowly turned around, his eyes widening as he stared into the space where I stood. He couldn't see me, but he could feel the cold pressure of the archive. Who's there? He gasped. The story is finished, I said, my voice sounding like the rustle of 1,000 pages. The green flash was a dream. The heartbeat is just the wind in the canyons. Go home, Pete. Go home and forget the man at the waypoint. Miller, the DJ whispered, is that you, the man who kept the lights on? I felt a pang of human grief, a sharp needle of longing for the world of coffee and sunlight. But I pushed it down. I reached out and touched the soundboard. The electronics hissed under my fingers, the plastic melting into the shape of my will. I didn't just silence the radio. I rewrote the memory of the night. I watched as the light in the DJ's eyes shifted. The terror faded, replaced by a dull, comfortable confusion. He blinked, rubbed his face, and looked at the clock. "Man," he muttered, his voice returning to its normal, gravelly tone. "I need to stop pulling double shifts. I'm starting to talk to myself." He reached out and flipped the switch for the automated playlist. A classic rock song began to play, something loud and brainless, a song about fast cars and easy women. The frequency was stable. The leak was plugged. I felt the archive pulling me back, a tether of ink snapping me across the dimensions. I tumbled back into my chair, gasping for air that wasn't there. My lungs felt like they were filled with dust. "Well done," the clerk said, not looking up. "The Barstow incident is contained, but look at the next page. There's a child in Arizona who is drawing pictures of the grin, and a lighthouse in Maine that is shining a light that doesn't belong to this spectrum." I looked at the ledger. The pages were filling up faster than I could read them. The world was fraying at 1,000 points, the fabric of reality thinning as the archive grew older and heavier. I looked at the mirror one last time. Sarah was gone from the porch. The lights in the house were on, a warm, yellow glow against the darkening desert. She was safe. She was living her life, unaware of the man in the gray suit who was holding the universe together with a stone pen and a heart full of ink. I turned back to the desk. I dipped the pen into the well. "Miller," the clerk said, his voice sounding oddly gentle. "Yeah. Don't look at the mirror too often. It makes the writing sloppy." I nodded. I understood. To be the librarian was to be the most invisible man in existence. To be the one who ensures that the hero gets the girl, the sun rises in the east, and the monsters stay in the basement. I looked at the drawing of the child in Arizona. I saw the jagged, crescent-shaped smile he had sketched in crayon. I began to write. Correction, the drawing is a boat, a simple blue boat on a calm sea. The child sleeps soundly, dreaming of salt spray and seagulls. As I worked, the shadows in the corner shifted. The grin was watching me. It wasn't angry. It was patient. It knew that eventually every pen runs dry. It knew that every ledger has a final page. But not today. Today the lights were on. Today the story continued. I was Miller. I was the man who stayed. And as the golden light of the archive bathed the room, I realized that I wasn't just holding the pen. I was the ink. The rhythmic scratching of the nib against the paper became the only sound in the universe, a steady, comforting pulse that drowned out the clicking of the darkness. I wrote through the night that never ended in the room that had no doors, for the woman who would never know my name. And in that moment, it was enough. The scratch of the nib was the only heartbeat I had left. It was a dry, rhythmic sound, like a cicada in the heat of a July afternoon, a sound that anchored me to the mahogany desk, while the rest of my senses drifted into the vast, humming architecture of the archives. The clerk didn't speak for a long time. He moved through the aisles of shelving with a fluid, ghostly grace, pulling ledgers that looked like blocks of solid shadow and replacing them with volumes that glowed like embers. Every time a book moved, the air in the room shifted. I felt a sudden chill, then a wave of phantom heat, then the smell of ozone and wet pavement. Each movement was a tectonic shift in the world below. "You're hesitating on the Arizona entry," the clerk said without looking back. He was perched on a rolling ladder 4 stories up, his silhouette sharp against the golden haze of the ceiling. "The boy," I said, my voice sounding raspy, like paper rubbing against paper. "If I turn his monster into a boat, he loses the fear, but he also loses the imagination that created it. I can feel the resistance in the ink. It doesn't want to be a boat." The archive doesn't care about the quality of the art, Miller. It cares about the integrity of the border. That boy's imagination is a localized thinning of the veil. If he draws that smile one more time, the smile will find a way to draw him. Correct it. I looked down at the page. The crayon lines were crude, but they possessed a terrifying energy. The grin in the drawing wasn't just a mouth, it was a doorway. I could see the void behind the wax-yellow teeth. I took a breath, or the memory of one, and pressed the stone pen down. I didn't just write boat. I described the texture of the wood, the way the blue paint flaked near the waterline, the smell of the lake. I built a reality so dense and mundane that the nightmare had no room to breathe. I watched the crayon lines shiver on the page. They fought me, twisting like dying insects, before they finally smoothed out into the hull of a skiff. A soft sigh echoed through the room. Somewhere in a suburban bedroom in Tempe, a 6-year-old boy stopped screaming in his sleep. "Good," the clerk whispered, descending the ladder. "Now the lighthouse, Maine, this one is heavier." He laid a ledger on my desk that felt like it was made of lead. When I opened it, the pages didn't show text. They showed a map of the coastline, pulsating with a rhythmic, sickly green light. The waypoint in the Mojave wasn't the only one, I realized, the memory of the tower stinging my mind. "There are 12, the clerk said. "The stitches, they hold the sphere of the known onto the fabric of the possible. The lighthouse at Pemaquid Point has begun to broadcast on a frequency that isn't light. It's broadcasting silence. It's erasing the horizon." I looked at the map. I could see the ships. They weren't sinking, they were simply ceasing to be. They would sail into the beam of the lighthouse and fail to come out the other side. They weren't dead. They were unhappened. "Why is this happening now?" I asked. "Is it because of what I did? Because I used the pen to save Sarah?" The clerk sat down, folding his long, pale fingers on the desk. "The ledger must always balance, Miller. You pulled a life out of the fire. You stitched a wound that was meant to stay open. The universe is a closed system of energy and narrative. If you add a chapter here, you must redact one there. The void, the thing you call the grin, is simply the auditor of that debt. It is the entropy of the story." I looked at the ships on the map. Hundreds of souls, fathers, daughters, sailors, tourists, all of them were being traded for one woman on a porch in the desert. The pen felt heavy, cold. "I can't erase them," I said. "Then you must find a way to fold them," the clerk replied. "Rewrite the storm. Give them a reason to turn back. Create a secondary narrative that keeps them in the harbor. But be warned, the more you intervene, the more the archive claims you. You are already losing your shadow, Miller." I looked at the floor. He was right. The golden light cast no darkness behind me. I was becoming a footnote. I turned to the main entry. I began to write about a sudden, inexplicable fog. I wrote about a mechanical failure in the lighthouse's rotation, a jammed gear that caused the beam to flicker and die just long enough for the Coast Guard to issue a warning. I wrote about a captain who felt a sudden, crushing sense of dread and decided to drop anchor 5 miles out. I wove a web of small, inconvenient truths to prevent a large, catastrophic lie. As I wrote, I felt a strange sensation in my chest. It wasn't pain. It was a hollow, ringing vibration like a bell that had just been struck. I looked at the mirror on the wall. Sarah was standing in her kitchen. She was holding a glass of water, staring out the window at the desert. She looked troubled. She rubbed her arm, right where the blisters had been in the other life. She couldn't remember me, but the ghost of the trauma was still there, a phantom limb of the soul. "She feels it," I whispered. "She feels the absence of the weight," the clerk said. "Nature abhors a vacuum, and a human heart abhors a forgotten love. She knows something is missing, even if she can't name the shape of the whole." I wanted to reach into the mirror. I wanted to write myself back into the room, just for a second, just to tell her that the water was clean and the towers were dead. But I saw the ink on my fingers. It was blacker than any shadow, and it was spreading. If I touched her, I wouldn't be bringing her comfort. I would be bringing her the archive. I would turn her into a series of dates and facts. I turned back to the ledger. The work became a blur. Hours, days, or perhaps centuries passed in the golden silence. I corrected a train derailment in Ohio by writing a faulty signal into existence. I saved a dying language in the Amazon by inscribing its grammar into the dreams of a linguist in London. I trimmed the hedges of reality, snipping away the anomalies, the monsters, and the glitches. And all the while, the grin watched from the corner. It was growing. It wasn't a face anymore. It was a conceptual smudge, a stain on the perfection of the room. It fed on my corrections. For every truth I established, a counter-truth was born in the shadows. "He's waiting for me to make a mistake," I said one day. Or perhaps it was a year later. The clerk was busy cataloging a box of old photographs that seemed to be bleeding. "He is waiting for you to realize the futility of the work. You are trying to hold back the ocean with a toothpick, Miller." "Then why do we do it?" The clerk stopped. He looked at me, and for the first time I saw a flicker of something human in his eyes. It was pity. "Because the ocean is cold, Miller, and the toothpick is all we have. If we stop, the story ends, and a universe without a story is just static." I looked at the next page in the ledger. It was blank, but it wasn't the clean, inviting white of the previous pages. It was a dull, throbbing gray. At the top of the page, in a handwriting I recognized as my own, were the words, "The final entry." "What is this?" I asked, my voice trembling. The clerk didn't answer. He backed away, his form dissolving into the golden haze of the shelves. "The ledger must be balanced, Miller," his voice echoed from everywhere and nowhere. "You saved her. You wrote her a happy ending. But every ending requires a beginning to be sacrificed. The ink has to come from somewhere." I looked at the mirror. The house in the Mojave was flickering. The white paint was peeling in fast forward. The towers were beginning to hum again, a low, tectonic vibration that I could feel in my teeth. Sarah was standing on the porch, her eyes wide with terror. She wasn't looking at the desert. She was looking at the sky. The sky was turning into parchment. The sun was a drop of spilled ink, spreading across the horizon, blotting out the light. The stars were being crossed out one by one, thick, black lines of Finis, appearing across the constellations. "No," I gasped. "I did the work, I followed the rules." "The rules are part of the story," the clerk's voice whispered, "and the story is hungry." I looked at the blank, gray page. I realized then what the clerk had meant. The archive wasn't a library, it was a furnace. We weren't the librarians, we were the fuel. The stone pen began to glow with a violent, violet light, the same light as the towers. It grew hot in my hand, searing into my palm, but I couldn't let go. My fingers were fused to the stone. I looked at the mirror. The grin was there. It wasn't in the corner of the room anymore. It was in the Mojave. It was standing at the edge of Sarah's yard, a towering, jagged hole in the world, stretching its impossibly wide mouth toward the house. She was screaming. I couldn't hear her, but I could see the shape of it. I looked at the page, the final entry. I understood the choice. I could write her a different ending, but I had no more mundane truths to trade. I had used up the fog, the mechanical failures, the missed appointments. There was only one thing left in the archive that had enough weight to balance the scales. Me. I didn't write about fogs or boats. I didn't write about towers or telegrams. I began to write the truth. I wrote about a man named Miller who was afraid of the dark. I wrote about the way he felt when he first saw a woman named Sarah standing in a dusty road. I wrote about the taste of cheap coffee and the sound of a radio playing through the static of a desert night. I wrote about the blisters on my hands and the weight of the stone pen. I wrote myself back into the frame. I wasn't an auditor anymore. I wasn't a vessel. I was the protagonist of a tragedy. As I wrote, the archives began to shake. The shelves groaned and the ledgers began to fall, their pages fluttering like the wings of dying birds. The golden light turned a harsh, clinical white. "What are you doing?" the clerk's voice shrieked. He reappeared, but he was no longer a man in a suit. He was a frantic, spindly thing made of wire and ink, his emerald eyes spinning in his head. "You are breaking the archive. You are unmaking the order." "The order is a lie," I growled, my hand moving across the page with a speed that defied physics. "The story doesn't belong to the ledger. It belongs to the people living it." I wrote about the moment I stepped into the light of the third tower, but this time I didn't write about folding or footnotes. I wrote about the fire. I wrote about the pain. I wrote about the absolute, crushing reality of a man dying for the woman he loved. I wasn't a ghost of the text. I was the blood on the page. The mirror shattered. The shards didn't fall to the floor. They hung in the air, each one reflecting a different moment of my life. I saw my mother's face. I saw the first car I ever fixed. I saw the way the light hit the mountains at dawn. I reached out and grabbed the shard that showed Sarah. She was huddled on the porch, the darkness of the grin looming over her. I didn't look at the ledger. I looked at her. "Sarah," I screamed. She looked up. For the first time, she didn't look through me. She saw me. She saw the man in the gray suit, the man with the ink-stained hands and the dying eyes. "Miller," she whispered. The grin lunged. I didn't use the pen to write a correction. I used it as a weapon. I drove the stone nib into the center of the gray page, pushing with every ounce of my fading existence. "Delete asterisk," I thought. Not her, not the world. Delete the archive. The explosion wasn't silent this time. It was a roar of a billion voices, a trillion stories all ending at once. The shelves collapsed into dust. The clerk evaporated into a cloud of punctuation. The golden light was swallowed by a fire that didn't burn, a fire that simply erased. I felt myself being pulled apart. My memories were being stripped away, layer by layer. I forgot the name of the dog. I forgot the smell of the desert. I forgot the sound of the wind. But I held onto the image of her face. The last thing I saw was the Mojave, but it wasn't a drawing or a reflection. It was real. I could smell the sagebrush. I could feel the grit of the sand in my teeth. Sarah was standing over me. The towers were gone. The sky was a deep, honest blue, the stars beginning to poke through the twilight like the heads of silver nails. The grin was gone. The desert was quiet. I was lying in the sand at the base of a ridge. My hands were burned, covered in the familiar, painful blisters. My back ached. My soul was exhausted. "Miller," she asked, kneeling beside me. Her hands were warm, they were solid. You were gone. I thought you went into the light." I tried to speak, but my throat was full of ash. I looked down at my hand. The stone pen was gone. In its place was a simple wooden pencil broken in half. "It's over," I managed to wheeze. "What is?" I looked at the horizon. There were no towers. There was no archive. There was just the desert, vast and empty and full of a million stories that hadn't been written yet. Stories that could go wrong. Stories that could end in tragedy. Stories that were beautiful because they were fragile. "The editing," I said. I closed my eyes. For the first time in forever, I wasn't worried about the balance of the ledger. I wasn't worried about the stitches in the sky. I was just a man, lying in the dirt, waiting for the morning. But as I drifted toward sleep, I felt a cold tingle in my fingertips. I opened my eyes and looked at the sand. There, etched into the dust by a wind that shouldn't have been there, was a single, tiny shape. A crescent, a curve, a smile. The darkness wasn't gone. It was just looking for a new author. I reached out and smeared the mark with my thumb, burying it under the honest, unwritten earth. "Not today," I whispered. And for the first time, the desert didn't answer back. The silence of the desert was not the silence of the archive. The archive's quiet had been heavy, pressurized by the weight of a billion unspoken words, but this was a living silence. The sound of insects, the cooling of rocks, the distant, lonely whistle of a freight train somewhere near the horizon. It was a beautiful sound because it was disorganized. It wasn't a narrative, it was just life. Sarah helped me to my feet. Her touch was the most real thing I had ever felt, a grounding wire that pulled the last of the ink smoke from my lungs. She looked at me with a confusion that was sharp and healthy. She didn't look like a character in a ledger anymore. She looked like a woman who had seen something impossible and was already beginning the human work of rationalizing it away. "Your hands," she whispered, looking at the raw, red skin. "We need to get you to the house. We need to get you some water." "I'm okay," I said, though my legs felt like they were made of wet cardboard. I need to see the stars for a minute." She followed my gaze upward. The sky was a chaotic tapestry of light. For the first time, I saw them without seeing the lines of the constellations I had been forced to maintain. They weren't points on a map. They were burning giants, indifferent and magnificent. There was no finis written across the Milky Way. But as we walked back toward the porch, the phantom weight of the pen still ghosted against my palm. My muscles remembered the rhythm of the archive. They ached for the scratch of the nib. It was a hunger, a psychic addiction to the power of the correct. Every time I saw a jagged rock or a stunted Joshua tree that looked slightly out of place, a voice in the back of my mind, the clerk's voice or perhaps my own, whispered the words that would fix it. Smooth. Straighten. Redact. I shoved my hands into my pockets, hiding the blisters. "What happened to the towers, Miller?" Sarah asked as we reached the porch steps. She looked back at the ridge where the violet light had once pulsed. There was nothing there now but the dark silhouette of the earth. They didn't just fall, they vanished, like they were never there. "They were a mistake," I said. "A glitch in the way things were being told. I found the eraser." She didn't ask more. She was a woman of the desert. She knew that some things were better left as mysteries, lest they grow teeth when you named them. She led me into the kitchen, the same kitchen I had watched through the glass of the archive. The smell of old wood and coffee was so thick I almost wept. It was the smell of a world that was allowed to be imperfect. She turned on the tap to wash my hands, and for a heartbeat, the water ran black. I froze, my breath hitching in my chest. I saw the ink swirling in the basin, thick and oily, forming the shape of a wide, jagged mouth. I felt the cold pull of the void, the archive trying to reassert its claim on my senses. I blinked. The water was clear. "Miller," Sarah's hand was on my shoulder. "You're shaking." "Just tired," I lied. "The light, it stays with you." She bandaged my hands with strips of an old sheet. She moved with a purpose that felt like a prayer. I watched her, memorizing the way the lamplight caught the stray hairs at her temple. I was terrified that if I closed my eyes, she would turn back into a series of dates and descriptions. I was afraid that I would see the page number at the bottom of her feet. But the night passed and the world remained solid. We sat on the porch as the sky turned from black to a bruised purple, then to a pale, dusty gold. The sun rose and it didn't look like a drop of ink. It looked like a fire. "I have to go," I said as the first rays hit the sand. Sarah looked at me, her eyes clouded with a sudden, sharp grief. "Why? The towers are gone. You're safe now." "I'm not," I said softly. "The archive. It didn't just take my shadow, Sarah. It took my place in the sequence. I broke the ledger, but the dead is still there. If I stay here, the things that are looking for me will find this house. They'll find you." I thought of the crescent shape I had smeared in the sand. The grin wasn't a creature, it was a fundamental force. It was the entropy of meaning. It was the thing that smiled when the story stopped making sense, and right now, my life made no sense at all. I was a man who had written himself out of existence and then forced his way back in. I was an anomaly, a typo in the universe. "Where will you go?" she asked. "Wherever the ink is thin," I said. "Places where the world is still being written. The edges, the cracks." I stood up. My body felt lighter than it should, as if I were made of parchment and air. I looked at the wooden pencil I had found in my hand, the broken one. I picked up both halves and handed one to her. If you ever see the light turn violet, I said, if the stars start to look like they've been crossed out, use this. Write anything. Write your name. Write the weather. Just don't let the page stay blank. She took the piece of wood, her fingers trembling. Will I see you again? I wanted to tell her yes. I wanted to write a future where I came back across the dunes with a suitcase and a smile. But I could feel the archive calling to me, a low-frequency hum in the marrow of my bones. I was the ink now, and ink belongs to the page. Look for the stories, I said. If the ending feels right, that's me. I walked away from the house without looking back. I knew that if I turned around, the gravity of her heart would pull me back, and I would become a footnote in her tragedy. I had to be the protagonist of my own wandering. I walked for miles, the sun beating down on my head. The desert was vast, but it no longer felt empty. I could see the hidden architecture of the world now, the places where the possible leaned against the known. I saw a coyote that seemed to flicker between two different shades of gray. I saw a rock formation that shifted its shape when I wasn't looking directly at it. The world was healing, but it was scarred. My intervention had left marks. By midday, I reached the site of the third tower. There was nothing left but a perfectly circular depression in the sand, as if a giant thumb had pressed down on the earth. The air here was still charged with the smell of ozone and old paper. I sat in the center of the circle and pulled out my half of the broken pencil. I know you're there, I said to the empty air. The shadow of a nearby rock lengthened, stretching toward me even though the sun was directly overhead. It didn't have a shape, but it had a presence, a cold, expectant pressure. The clerk is gone, I said. The archive is dust. You have no one to balance your books. A sound echoed across the basin, a dry, rattling hiss that might have been the wind, or might have been a laugh. There is always a clerk, the wind seemed to whisper. The story requires a witness. The void requires a frame. I looked at the sand in front of me. It was smooth, ironed flat by the weight of the vanished tower. It was a perfect blank page. I won't do it, I said. I won't be your auditor. I won't trim the world to fit your ledgers. Then you will be the static, the voice replied, closer now. I felt a cold breath against the back of my neck. You will be the noise that the world tries to forget. You will fade, Miller. You will become a smudge on the horizon. I looked at my hand. It was becoming translucent. I could see the grains of sand through my palm. The sun didn't warm me anymore. I was becoming a ghost of the narrative, a character whose arc had ended but who refused to leave the stage. I gripped the broken pencil. If I'm going to be a smudge, I whispered, I'm going to be a smudge that means something. I leaned forward and began to write in the sand. I didn't write about the archive or the grin. I didn't write about corrections. I wrote a poem I remembered from a book I had read 1,000 years ago, back when I was a man with a shadow. It was a poem about a bird that flew against the wind. I wrote it in large, looping letters, digging deep into the grit. As I wrote, I felt a surge of energy. It wasn't the cold, clinical power of the stone pen. It was something else, something hot and messy and human. The sand didn't fight me. It didn't try to turn into a boat or a fog. It just stayed sand, holding the shape of my words. The shadow recoiled. The presence behind me hissed in frustration. The world isn't a ledger, I said, my voice growing stronger as my body grew fainter. It's a conversation, and you don't get the last word. I wrote until my arm ached, filling the circle with stories. I wrote the story of the man who stayed. I wrote the story of the woman who remembered. I wrote the story of the smile that failed to swallow the sun. With every word, I felt myself drifting. The desert began to blur. The blue of the sky turned into the white of a page, but it wasn't the dead white of the archive. It was the bright, blinding white of a new beginning. I saw the grin one last time. It was small now, a tiny, flickering thing at the edge of my vision. It wasn't smiling. It looked hungry. It looked lonely. Go find another story, I told it. This one is mine. I pressed the pencil into the sand for the final period. The world vanished. I wasn't in the archive. I wasn't in the desert. I was in a space between heartbeats. I was a thought in the mind of the universe. I was the ink flowing through the veins of everything that was yet to happen. I saw a girl in a city I had never visited, picking up a pen to write her first poem. I felt the scratch of the nib. I saw an old man in a hospital bed, whispering a secret to his grandson. I felt the weight of the words. I saw the stars, and I felt the heat of their unwritten histories. I was no longer Miller. I was the act of telling. And then, a flicker of something familiar. Back in the Mojave, Sarah was sitting on her porch. She was holding the broken pencil. She looked at the blank piece of paper on her lap. She looked at the desert, where the wind was already beginning to blow the sand back into the circle, erasing the words I had written. She smiled. It was a real smile, small, tired, and beautiful. She put the pencil to the paper. Once upon a time, asterisk, she wrote. I felt the words take hold. I felt the universe shift, adjusting itself to accommodate her voice. The darkness in the corner of her yard shivered and fled, unable to survive in the light of a story being born. I was the ink in her pencil. I was the breath in her lungs. I was the thing that smiled in the light. And as she wrote the next line, I realized that the ledger didn't need to be balanced. It just needed to be shared. The scratch of the nib was the only heartbeat we had left, and it was enough. The wind did not stop. It shouldn't have been a surprise, but after the static rigidity of the archive, the persistence of weather felt like a personal affront. It was a chaotic, beautiful, gritty reminder that the world didn't care if its protagonist was fading into a translucent smear. I walked until the horizon began to wobble, not from the heat of the Mojave, but from the instability of my own molecular structure. I was a sketch being erased by a celestial thumb. My boots left no prints in the dust anymore. I was walking on top of the world, rather than in it. I found an old gas station, a skeletal ruin of rusted pumps and sun-bleached signage that creaked in the gale. It was the kind of place that existed in the margins of maps, a footnote of a town that had been edited out of the economic ledger decades ago. It felt appropriate. I sat on a plastic crate that felt like a memory of a crate, my weight barely registering on its sun-brittle surface. I looked at my hand. I could see the rusted skeleton of a 1950s Ford through my palm. I was becoming a ghost, but not the kind that haunts houses. I was a narrative ghost, a character who had fulfilled his function and was now being phased out to make room for the next chapter. The clerk had been right about one thing. The system demanded a vacuum be filled. If I wasn't the editor and I wasn't the subject, I was just noise. You look like hell, Miller. The voice didn't come from the wind. It came from the shadows of the garage bay. I didn't jump. I didn't have enough substance left for a startled response. I just turned my head slowly. Standing there was a man who shouldn't have been there. He wore a grease-stained jumpsuit and held a lug wrench, but his eyes were too old for his face, deep obsidian wells that reflected a light that hadn't come from the sun. He looked like a mechanic, but he smelled like ozone and old parchment. "Are you another clerk?" I asked, my voice sounding like the rustle of dry leaves. "I'm the one who stayed behind," he said, stepping into the light. He didn't have a shadow either. There's always one. Someone to watch the fires go out after the library burns down. You did a hell of a job, kid. You didn't just break the pen, you spilled the ink across the floor. "The ledger was a cage," I said. "It was a map," he countered softly, leaning against a pump that had been dry since the Nixon administration. "Maps are cages if you try to live in them, sure. But without them, people get lost in the dark. Look at you. You're drifting. You've got no anchor, no plotline. You're a dangling participle in a universe that's already moving on to the next sentence." "I saved her," I said, and the thought felt like a spark of heat in my chest. "I saved the world from being corrected." "For now," the mechanic said. He walked toward me, his movements fluid and strange. He reached out a hand, a solid, heavy hand, and gripped my translucent shoulder. I felt a jolt of reality, a painful, grounding shock that made my vision snap back into focus. But the darkness you saw, the thing that smiles, it wasn't a monster. It was the hunger of the blank page. It's the void that wants to be told what it is. If you don't give it a story, it'll make one up. And its stories usually involve a lot of teeth. I looked down at the broken pencil in my hand. I gave the other half to Sarah. She's writing. She's keeping it at bay. She's one woman on one porch, the mechanic said. She's a guttering candle in a hurricane. You want to really save her. You have to become the ink, not just a smudge. You have to be the medium. How? He pointed toward the horizon where the sun was beginning to dip, casting long, distorted shadows across the salt flats. The archive wasn't the only one, Miller. It was just the main office. There are substations, places where the reality is still soft. You find them. You go to the places where the stories are broken, where the tragedies are being written in permanent marker, and you smudge the lines. You become the typo that saves the life. You become the misplaced comma that gives the condemned man one more breath. A rogue editor, I whispered. A ghost in the machine, he corrected. It's a lonely life. You'll never be able to sit on that porch with her. If you touch her, you'll just be a cold breeze. But you can be the reason the porch doesn't collapse. You can be the reason the grin stays in the shadows. I looked back toward the direction of the ridge, toward the house I could no longer see. I thought of the way Sarah's hair caught the light. I thought of the smell of her coffee. The grief was a physical weight, a leaden anchor that briefly gave me back my shadow. To be near her but never with her. To be the guardian of a world I could no longer inhabit. Is there another choice? I asked. Sure, the mechanic said, his eyes softening. You can let go. Right now, just stop trying to mean something. In 5 minutes, you'll be part of the wind. No pain, no memory, no hunger. You'll just be gone. The universe is very good at forgetting. I looked at my hand again. The ford was getting clearer. The world was winning. I thought about the crescent in the sand. I thought about the billions of people sleepwalking through lives that were being quietly adjusted by unseen hands, their joys trimmed, and their sorrows sharpened for the sake of a balanced ledger. I thought about the clerk's emerald eyes, spinning with the madness of a perfect order. I stood up. The plastic crate creaked, louder this time. Tell me where the first substation is, I said. The mechanic smiled. It wasn't a jagged, terrifying smile. It was the weary, proud smile of a teacher watching a student walk into a storm. He reached into his jumpsuit and pulled out a small, leather-bound notebook. It was empty, but the pages hummed with potential. Follow the ley lines of the heartbreaks, he said, handing me the book. Where the world feels the most unfair, that's where the veil is thinnest. That's where the ink is still wet. I took the notebook. As my fingers touched the leather, I felt a rush of identity pour back into me. I wasn't Miller the mechanic or Miller the ghost. I was Miller the witness. I turned away from the gas station and began to walk. This time, my boots kicked up dust. The desert was vast and the night was coming on fast. But as the darkness swallowed the Mojave, I didn't feel afraid. I looked up at the stars, and for the first time, I didn't see them as points of data or holes in a shroud. I saw them as the beginning of a billion different sentences. Far away, in a house on a ridge, a woman sat by a lamp and wrote a story about a man who walked into the light and found his way back out again. She wrote about his hands and his eyes, and the way he looked when he said goodbye. I felt her words. They were a warm wind at my back, pushing me forward into the dark. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the half pencil. I touched the tip to the first page of the leather notebook. I didn't write a correction. I didn't write a deletion. I wrote, the sky was an honest blue, and the man was no longer afraid of the shadows. The ground beneath my feet felt solid. The air in my lungs felt like fire. In the distance, something hissed in the dark, a frustrated, fading sound. The grin was hungry, but tonight it would starve. I kept walking. There were so many stories that needed a better ending. There were so many pages that needed to be defended. The silence of the desert was no longer empty. It was full of voices, and for the first time in my life, I was ready to listen. The thing that smiles in total darkness was still out there, waiting in the gaps between the words. But I had the pencil now, and I knew how the story ended. It ended with the dawn. I crested the next ridge and saw the lights of a distant town, flickering like fallen stars. I adjusted my grip on the notebook and started down the slope. The editing was over. The writing had begun.